Welcome, everyone. It is Pal Ponder on Weather coming to you live with severe weather coverage this afternoon. We've got an intense, dangerous day ahead. It is one of those rare, high risk days, folks. That's why we're doing continuous coverage throughout the afternoon into the evening time frame. This is actually the latest update from the Storm Prediction Center that literally just came out a couple of minutes ago. And they refined the risk a little bit. As you can actually see, the slight risk extends all the way up to Sioux City, into Des Moines, back into Springfield, as well as into St. Louis, even as far south as the northern portions of the Red River along into Texas. But then they did expand the enhanced risk. So that includes all those areas from Lincoln up to Kansas City, down to Springfield and to Fayetteville. Hey, Sailing the Sky, how are you doing? Good afternoon. Thanks for watching the live coverage. So yeah, we jumped on board a little bit earlier. So I wanted to kind of go over the newest update from the Storm Prediction Center. So this is a rare risk, folks. This is a high risk. I mean, they only issue these, maybe once, maybe twice a year. In some years, they don't even issue a high risk. The last one was actually, if you recall, March 31st, 2023. It's been about 400 days. And yeah, unfortunately, that day we did actually have 146 confirmed tornadoes that day. So it's an extremely dangerous day. It's just now at the beginning stages of starting to ramp up. We do have some severe thunderstorm watches in place, some tornado watches that were literally just issued. But I wanted to go over the latest update because we do have the moderate risk that does include those areas up to Wichita, up to as well as into Bartlesville, includes the Tulsa region down to Altus, into the Elk City region, as well as Woodward. The main favorite area, I think, when the low-level jet really starts to kick in, likely around 6, 7, 8 o'clock. I think that's when things really get escalated big time. The tornado parameters are pretty much off the chart in this purple shaded area. So it does include those areas into Norman, Oklahoma, back into Oklahoma City, back into Edmond region, into the Stillwater region, as well as into Ponca City. And further north does include almost into portions of Wichita. So that is the most favorite area of seeing a tornado. And it's dangerous day, folks. It could be even a significant tornado that could unload, and even possibly long track tornadoes, which is definitely not out of the question. So I do feel further south, you can see there's not much happening probably in Texas. I do feel there's more of a capping inversion that's going to be limited with the kind of a protected lid, more of a warmer air aloft should suppress activity for that region. So it is going to be one of those, more significant days for severe storms. And we're going to be doing, live coverage throughout the evening here. So let's talk about the different setups. So here's, again, this is the overall tornado parameters. Very, very high risk days. Basically, it's a kind of a 45%. So literally within this purple shaded area, you have a 45% probability of seeing a strong tornado within 25 miles of any given point within that purple shaded area. It means it's basically going to be more scattered and more numerous of nature. So once these things start to form, a lot of indications they could be on the ground for an extended period of time. So that is definitely the concern this afternoon, especially into the evening. Once it turns dark around 8 o'clock, things could be really active around the Oklahoma City region and into central, right there in central Oklahoma, into Wichita. And that would likely move, eastbound, getting into the Tulsa region, likely late. I mean, we're talking possibly 1 o'clock in the morning by then, as it kind of all forms into a kind of a squall line into the overnight hours, 2, 3, 4 o'clock, where you start to see those yellow shaded areas. And then it's more of the QLCS type tornadoes on the leading edge of the squall line that could unload across that region, and as it continues to move through. But it is a more amplified day, and even tomorrow looks at even another concerning day. And then yes, even Wednesday. So it is going to be an extended period of time. I can kind of take a look at tomorrow, because I think they actually even upgraded tomorrow. Yeah, so here's the update for tomorrow. This as we get into tomorrow, so they actually did include an enhanced risk even for tomorrow up there into the Fort Wayne region, back into Columbus, as well as into the Dayton, Ohio. So that's been an upgrade since earlier this morning, where they did actually upgrade that particular area. And Yeah, and then they actually upgraded it to one of those 10% hatched risk as well. So that's actually a pretty significant upgrade just from this morning, where they had the extended slight risk. So they went ahead and not only did they upgrade it to an enhanced, but they also upgraded to a hatched 10% probability of strong tornadoes even tomorrow, as you head towards the Fort Wayne region, into Dayton, Ohio, back into Columbus. But even a 5% probability extends all the way into Cincinnati, as well as into Indianapolis, Louisville, into Evansville, back into Lexington, those areas into Charleston. So even tomorrow has that boundary where they could possibly have an isolated spin up tornado. And then again, even as we head into Wednesday, we have yet another risk, and I feel like this is going to be another outbreak day. So I feel like this is going to be another area. Right now, it's enhanced, but it could be moderate, if not maybe a small portion of high risk as well. So this looks to be another outbreak, unfortunately, for severe storms, as a cool front will be coming through this region. But out ahead of it, you're in the warm sector, so it is one of those days. Even into Wednesday, you're going to have to be on the lookout for into the Little Rock region, Fayetteville, Springfield, but especially as you head towards like St. Louis into Memphis. But I think especially as you head into areas of Western Kentucky, back into Cincinnati, back into Indianapolis, I feel like this area is going to be upgraded to at least a moderate risk, as we get closer to this event. So it looks like 3 days in a row, even potentially 4 if you count the Eastern Seaboard on Thursday. So it's going to be a very, very active time frame, to say the least. So let's talk about where the risk is today. Here's the overall current watches. This is your current watches right now. So we actually had already a tornado. We had a confirmed tornado earlier. So let's look at that one. This was about an hour and a half ago. So we had a confirmed tornado into portions of South Dakota. There was a tornado on the ground for about 5 minutes or so up there. So things got going earlier on, and they do have that severe thunderstorm watch in place for areas into Peoria, back into Rapid City. Those areas extend that into that severe thunderstorm watch all the way into about 8 o'clock. So even further north, they still could get some scattered large hail, some isolated very large hail up to 2 inches in diameter is probably not out of the question. Some isolated spin up tornadoes like we actually saw already, and then some wind gust of upwards to 70 miles an hour with that activity. And then if you go down the line, so we have the tornado watch further south that does include north central Kansas as well as central Nebraska. For that area, an elevated risk of a few tornadoes, likely with a couple of intense tornadoes, scattered large hail, and isolated very large hail events up to 2.5 inches in diameter, potentially some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust with that activity into central Kansas as well as central Nebraska through about the 7 o'clock time frame. And you can see there's already a line starting to form within that region. We've actually got some severe thunderstorm warnings already in place. And then further south, this is the brand new tornado watch, which is actually a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch. This is like one of those rare watches, folks. And especially the wording that you're actually getting from the Storm Prediction Center is pretty concerning, because you have numerous tornadoes expected with a few intense tornadoes likely, widespread large hail to very large hail up to 4 inches in diameter, and some significant wind gusts of up to 75 miles an hour. So yes, we could be looking at for explosive thunderstorm development forecast to come along this afternoon. And these will moving off to the east, but they will be training kind of from north to south. So that's where you can get some of those kind of train tracks. So some could back build from the north to the south and train over the same areas. At the same time, they will be moving east. So that's why we could get some long track tornadoes once we have that tornado possibly hitting the ground. It could be on the ground for an extended period of time. So it's definitely a very concerning day. That it's the possibility exists for supercell development over central Oklahoma this evening, including large to giant hail is forecasted with the initial supercell activity before the tornado risk increases. So intense tornadoes are probable, especially as the atmosphere becomes very favorable for tornadoes late this afternoon and continuing through the evening time frame. So that is the latest watch, and that one includes all the way up into about the 11 o'clock central daylight time. So hey, how's it going, Doc? Thanks for tuning in from Michigan. How are you doing? Hey, Rob, you're in the high risk area. Wasn't the tornado warning in Tennessee just a bit ago? Yes, we did have actually a tornado warning in Tennessee earlier. Let me zoom in here because this is actually a newer tornado warning. So this is a tornado warning that's happening right now in the Tennessee region. That does include Middle Tennessee. You're talking Middle Tennessee and northeastern Wilson County. So there was a confirmed supercell capable producing a tornado near the Hartsville area, or moving eastbound at 25 miles an hour. So right now we do still have a radar indicated tornado possible. Radar indicated there is showing some signs of rotations. Let me change. Okay, so they went ahead and took it off. So yes, it's been on there for about 15, 20 minutes there. So they actually did let that go ahead and expire. So let's zoom back to live coverage here. So this is where we stand. So we're already getting some numerous supercells starting to form along this boundary. You can actually see it kind of break out here. All right, so we had the confirmed tornado earlier in the South Dakota region, and we're seeing the initial stages of the upper level wind, the upper level, lower upper level jet, and we're just waiting on that low level jet as we get deeper into the afternoon. So I think once the low level jet really starts to tap into the warm sector, likely around 7 o'clock, I would say 7, 8, 9. That's the time frame. I think it's going to be a little bit really intense with potentially the strongest tornadoes, and then it really amplifies, into the evening time frame. So we've already seen some quarter size hail, some 1.25 inch hail, there's an area that did have some golf ball size hail, but this line is definitely starting to fill in back towards Hayes, in and around the Stockton region, the Plainville region. Further north into Franklin. So we're already seeing this activity kind of really explode along this boundary. Hey, Rare Breed, the photographs are looking very concerning, very curved. Hey, Kathy, how are you doing? Appreciate you tuning in. Is tonight the big night or Thursday? Well, tonight's a big night for sure. Wednesday night's going to be a big night. I mean, you can actually consider every night for the next 4 nights fairly big. We have 10% hatch risk for really the next 3 nights in some areas. Hey, Weather with Sim, how are you doing? Will Wednesday get upgraded to a moderate risk? Yes, absolutely. I do feel so. Western Tennessee, Western Kentucky, Southern Illinois, Southern Indiana. I think those areas are likely going to be a favorite area for a moderate risk upgrade for sure. Yeah, I mean, rare risk, rare high risk are pretty rare. I mean, they only issue those things You only see maybe one a year. In some years, you don't even see a high risk. In some years, you might have two high risk. But the Storm Prediction Center, they don't issue those things lightly. I mean, the things they have to have enough dynamics in place. Yeah, the last one was that March 31st, 2023. They had, I think it was 146 tornadoes that day. So that was definitely a dangerous day, and hopefully it doesn't get that bad. I mean, but we do have that concern for areas of southern Kansas and right there into central and northern Oklahoma. That is the most favored area, kind of the bullseye, if you will, unfortunately, to see the most potentially violent tornadoes tonight or later on this afternoon. And hopefully it doesn't get as bad as what is forecasted, because it was really concerning this morning to see some of those tornado parameters and maxing out like double what the guidance even allows it. So I've never actually seen 42 on a tornado parameter that I saw earlier this morning. I mean, that was kind of jaw dropping to see, because the scale only goes to 10. I didn't actually even thought it even went past 10s. I mean, a lot of these areas we have 4, 5s, and 6s, and Oklahoma City was showing around a 25, and so about 8 or 9 o'clock. So those are like very concerning numbers and really elevated, basically off the chart, parameters that we have to deal with today. So, hey, yes, you are under that tornado watch, just on the border of Wichita Falls. I can tell you you are going to be fighting a capping inversion into Wichita Falls. So it's definitely not out of the question, but I would say the further south you live, in the Altus, the Vernon, the Lawton, possibly the Ardmore, and the Wichita Falls, I do feel you're going to be fighting a cap, because there's going to be supercells that are likely going to be back building, and then it's going to be starting to hit that capping inversion once you hit further south. So even though you are under a watch, doesn't imply you're guaranteed to get something, right? A watch just means the dynamics are favorable for you to get the criteria that we talked about with all three modes of severe storms and tornadoes. But I can tell you the capping inversion is definitely stronger the further south you go into Oklahoma, and especially there into Texas, where it's going to really squash the activity. So where, like I mentioned, the areas that maybe might not see much with the stronger cap are going to be the Ardmore, the Henrietta, the Wichita Falls, the Burnett, Vernon, some of these areas that are a little bit along the Red River here are increasing likelihood that it falls under a conditional risk. Conditional means if the cap does break, then you're likely going to see that criteria, but there is a possibility that the cap will hold. Now, you're not going to be so lucky further north into Oklahoma City, and especially further north into Stillwater, into Ponca City, Woodward, back into Kansas, into Wichita. There is not going to be a cap whatsoever. So and you can see, I mean, we've already have supercell thunderstorms already starting to unload across that region. So you just have a little bit, protected blanket further south, I feel. Hey, it seems like Oklahoma and Kansas keep getting hit with tornadoes. Didn't they just have some last week? Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of the same area, unfortunately. So you've had these these upper level lows come in off the Rockies, and they swing up towards Nebraska, and the placement of these upper level lows are pretty much kind of identical, unfortunately. So same type of scenario where Texas is pretty much under a cap, and then Oklahoma takes the brunt of it because you're fully aligned with the upper, low level jet, and then it feeds into Kansas, and then it weakens as it pushes east into Arkansas, into Missouri, and then that's the system that will likely be over the Ohio Valley tomorrow. And then the Wednesday system is almost like a second system. It kind of reloads, just like last week, right? Remember, we had 4 days in a row of severe weather, and it was two systems. It was two large systems, and it's kind of the same dynamics this week as that one system moves out offshore on the East Coast on Tuesday night. Then we have another system that will be coming in on Wednesday, reactivating it, going back into the same type of environment. And then I think that's when we have a much more, even a more significant outbreak, kind of like we're going to see today. And then a little bit less severe across the eastern seaboard and along the cold front further south into Thursday. And then I think by Friday, that cold front for May standards is pretty much cleared the East Coast, and it's going to squash any severe storm activity. And I think we're going to be going into a respite because we do have a little bit cooler air coming in from the northwest to the southeast. And, typically, the tornadoes and severe storms do not like cooler air. So, and especially the weather setup to next week as we start to warm up out west, and it's actually stays on the cooler side, if you will, for the central and eastern 2/3 of the U.S. So I don't really feel we're going to be having much severe weather to contend with next week. We just got to get through, the next 4 days is definitely going to be pretty bumpy for sure. Hey, tornadoes come and I go. Tornadoes come and go. I ride the storms out in my apartment. Hey, it's always best if you have a place to stay and you don't have to leave. It's always better on days like this to stay put, and then, heed all warnings and go in your safe shelter when a warning is issued in your area. So, because, tomorrow is going to be a nicer day. So there's always another day to go out and about and get all your errands done and everything that you have to do. And it is one of those days, if you do have the capability of staying home, I would highly advise it to not go out and venture out today, especially with the watch, already in place. Hey, Warrior, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Hey, I've always wanted to chase tornadoes. Yeah, there's a lot of storm chasers out there for sure, especially this time of year and especially today. There's going to be a lot of storm chasers, out and about. So, all right. So yeah, you can see here we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings issued along this line right now. Mainly, it's building. It started earlier in South Dakota and it's kind of building further south. So this whole line is going to be what was often referred to as back building, further south. So if you live in the Hastings region, further north into the eastern Nebraska back towards Hayes, you're seeing some stronger thunderstorms through Plainview, through Stockton, up to Smith Center. This is looking like a little bit of intense cell right here. This could have some pretty intense rain with that deep purple shaded area. That's some, look at that, all that lightning associated with that thunderstorm. You can see the movement on these. These are moving northeast about 45 miles an hour, northeast about 45 miles an hour. So they're going to be kind of a north to south orientation with it slowly moving east. So once these, and that's the training aspects of these storms. It's kind of like train tracks, if you will. So if we move further south, here's back in Woodward, we have a severe thunderstorm warning activated by near Arnett. That's a supercell further south into Oklahoma. This is western Oklahoma. So this is the beginning stages of the upper level low kind of moving in. We've got this kind of the ski jump trough that's creating that lift. It's creating that trigger. It's over, breaking the cap, kind of as we speak. And then you have supercell development. And then once the cap is broken, then there's nothing to stop these thunderstorms. Once the updrafts get kicking in, you produce towering supercell thunderstorms. And the higher the cloud tops get, the higher the hail can get, and the more significant to the tornadoes can possibly be as well. And that's going to be another cell that's moving northeast about 45 miles an hour. So that's likely the theme this afternoon. Most of these are going to be moving northeast, trajectory about 45 miles an hour. So that's not like crazy fast. I've seen much faster, but it's also not very slow either. So you're not going to have, terribly that much warning with this warning, moving about 45 miles an hour. So that is fairly significant, and it could cover, a pretty good path in a short amount of time.
Definitely not too organized yet, but they just developed, so I would expect them to be. But their tops are rapidly exploding.
So here's a storm chaser, Connor Croft. He's on this storm down here in western Oklahoma. You can see the rain shaft coming down. This is a pretty large structure, Supercell trying to develop. We can look at some of these cloud tops on this. Yeah, so the storm he's kind of looking at right now that he's basically on, yeah, it's almost to 40,000 feet. So, it's about 40,000 feet. That's getting up there. That's getting up there. I think once we get about 45 to possibly 50,000 feet, we're likely going to see this develop into some larger hail, and we're likely going to see possibly a tornado starting to come to fruition within this supercell. So this is the beginning stages of, and I think you need that other trigger. So that other trigger is going to be the low level jet. So it's going to be somewhat calmer for the next, I'd say, couple hours. But when the low level jet really kicks in, I think it's going to go off like gangbusters, and we're going to be seeing numerous tornado warnings unload, and likely, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 tornadoes on the ground at the exact same time. So it could get pretty crazy pretty quickly once that low level jet starts to really, kick in there. Hey, John. Hey, so in Dallas, I feel like you're pretty safe. I mean, I think there's going to be a strong capping inversion within the Dallas region. So I don't really think there's nothing to be concerned about tonight in Dallas. So it's just always one of those things. It's more of a conditional risk if the cap just happens to break. But the likelihood of that happening is not very good. Yeah, so he's just talking about all this moisture, the south wind just pulling in from the Gulf of Mexico, and waiting for this jet to come in, this upper level low to get a little bit closer. Yeah, so here's what we're talking about. Here, let me just take this off. Okay, so here's your low pressure. We've got the kind of a warm front here. This is a kind of a warm front. And so this warm front slowly lifting north, and we've got the low pressure center to the right of there. That's where you're going to have the upward rising motion air. That's where we already had the tornado unfold on the ground. And so as this piece, this low level jet really starts to kick in and get a little bit closer, then as the warm front flips a little bit further north, then that's going to put this whole area really under the gun, as we get into that 6, 7 o'clock time frame. I think that's when things really going to start to get unloaded, if you will, across that region.
Yeah, that's going to change. Don't worry. That's going to change. Don't you guys worry.
Yeah, so again, he's right here. He's in western Oklahoma. He's on that storm in Woodward, Oklahoma here. And this is the beginning stages of that tornado watch, where we already have a supercell already trying to get its act together. It's 40,000 foot cloud top right now, so it is raining. We got some stronger winds coming out of that. You can see that pretty significant updraft. I mean that downdraft of that rain shaft, if you will. And I think this is, they're just gathering more fuel to fuel this thunderstorm. And so it's at the, kind of the growing stages right now.
Keep working on what they're working on and leave me alone.
Here, we'll just keep that in the far left-hand corner of the screen here.
Yeah, we're going to get two storms here, a south storm and a north storm. I'm going to go for this further south one.
Hey, let's look at some of the convective models. Let's take a look at that.
See, we got those two storms, one severe one here, and a new storm forming a little bit.
Let's take a look at the high resolution models. This is kind of your short range models. It kind of gives you guidance of what may unload later on in the evening. So let's let this run. So we're gonna go over this right now after this run kind of completes. Hey Cloud, how you doing? Hey, thanks for coming in from Western Oklahoma. All right, so what we're looking at now is extended, this is your HRRR, this is your high resolution guidance, this is future activity possibilities. So you can actually see the line, right? So this is about 5 o'clock. So this is around 5 o'clock. We do have some more numerous supercells starting to form within that low pressure center right around the Rapid City region, but it's out ahead of it back into Pierre, up towards Sioux Falls region, back into O'Neill, to Grand Isles. You can see this line, this trajectory building further south, coming out of the Hayes region, through the Great Bend region, back into Hutchinson, near Pratt, all the way down to Medicine Lodge. And then that just extends into the Woodward region. So watching that supercell right now, this is likely where it could possibly be about 5 o'clock this afternoon. But notice what happens once we get to, say, 7. So notice what happens once we get to 7. This is an extended line. So this is when we could probably see likely numerous tornadoes within this line, stronger hail further north and damaging winds further north back into Sioux Falls, Sioux City, into Omaha, back into Lincoln, building further south into Wichita. You can see these definitely some purples and the blues starting to show up. And look at the discreteness of these supercells. That's what makes them concerning. You've got little purple dots elongated along this line. Each one of those is its own individual supercell that likely has some significant hail potential with it. And any one of those could be rotating and producing a tornado, if not almost a strong tornado. Look at it getting towards the Enid region. This is likely about 7 o'clock, heading towards Clinton and back towards Elk City. Notice Oklahoma City is fairly clear still. This is roughly about 9 o'clock. So this would be 9 o'clock as that squall line really gets amplified through Omaha, back to Lincoln, into Topeka now, and Peoria. All these purples here, very concerning. These are individual supercells, very discrete supercells, likely again having very intense large hail, damaging hail, extended wind gusts to 60, 70, 75 miles an hour. And any one of these could be rotating at any given point, producing a tornado near the Stillwater region, near the Pawnee region. And this is likely still out west, approaching the Oklahoma City back 9 o'clock. And so this is around 10, 11. So you can see it goes well into the overnight hours, as it starts to back build, if you will, building further south. So that's when it's likely going to be near the Lawton region by then, into the Oklahoma City region, back through Edmond. This is likely around 10, 11 o'clock tonight, through Stillwater, through the Tulsa region, Bartersville, and up to Pittsburgh, and then swinging further north, coming out of Topeka, and then with this whole squall line heading towards Des Moines and likely coming out of Sioux Falls by then. So as we head into the midnight time frame, this is likely into the midnight time frame. You can see it's trying to build further south. trying, it's hitting that capping inversion the further south that it goes. So it is going to be limited the further south you're going to get with this line. But to the north, there is definitely no cap, and you're going to have supercell development start to bow out. A lot of this is going to be one of those QLCS type tornadoes along the leading edge of this squall line, and then this is likely where you're going to see some significant wind gust as well, into the overnight hours. And so this is possibly 2 o'clock in the morning. So this is 2 o'clock in the morning. You can see it's trying to back build further south, building into Ada, building into McAllister, going into Muskogee, into Fayetteville, Arkansas by now, back into Springfield. This is 2 o'clock in the morning, potentially. Jefferson City, Columbia, further north, coming out of Des Moines. And so, yes, it's going to be an overnight threat, even into that 4 o'clock in the morning time frame. This is 4. So even into 4, notice it really doesn't. Remember, we talked about the capping inversion further south, southern Oklahoma, northern Texas along the Red River. You are in that Wichita Falls. It didn't really imply you had much of anything hitting that capping inversion. So we'll just have to watch this closely. But nonetheless, this will continue in through the 4 o'clock in the morning time frame in the overnight, heading towards the St. Louis region by then. And of course, it starts to ramp up tomorrow, as we hit towards the noon time frame. By then, it'll likely be into, Kentucky, into Indiana, and eventually heading into Ohio. That's when we have its own severe storms and tornado risk into tomorrow. So yes, it's definitely going to be a very active time, nonetheless, with this activity. So right now, it's just now kind of getting going. We're just now starting to see the beginning stages of a lot of, supercell development across this region in western Oklahoma. Hey, Strike, how are you doing? How bad will it be into St. Louis? I mean, it's going to be an overnight threat. You're talking, 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. You're likely going to be seeing some pretty significant winds. You're likely going to be seeing some, large hail. I wouldn't say very large hail. And a possible spin-up tornado is definitely not out of the question. It's eventually going to be transferring into more of a wind threat in the overnight hours, the deeper you get towards after midnight, I feel. So once you get, towards that 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning time frame, as it goes into St. Louis, it's going to be some significant wind gusts, but I feel the tornado threat is going to come way down, and you could get some isolated, what they call QLCS tornadoes along the leading edge of the squall line. It's definitely not ruled out. Yes. Hey, Cloud, how you doing? I appreciate you having the app. I do have my own weather app, folks. It's on Android and Apple Store, so you can just go on your phone and download the Pal Ponder on weather app. So definitely, if you're tuning in, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you share the live stream with others. We are doing extended coverage throughout the afternoon into the evening on a very dangerous day with a very rare high risk day for portions of Kansas into Oklahoma. So right now we're seeing the beginning stages in western Kansas, western Oklahoma, western areas of Nebraska, starting to get some supercell development across this region. Most of this activity is moving northeast. Once they form, it definitely is moving northeast once they start coming to fruition. Yeah, so here's another storm chaser, Aaron Jajak. He's on this particular supercell out here towards Greenberg. He's trying to get better position with this storm development that's trending off to his south. Hey, Jay Moore, how you doing? Appreciate the donation. You're awesome. Yes, thanks so much for this donation. I appreciate it. Hey, what is the app? It's under PAL Ponder on Weather. Yeah, so if you're on Android, just go to the store and go to the Apple store. Pretty easy to find. Just type in PAL, POW space Ponder, PAL Ponder on Weather. That's my last name, Roy Ponder. Pretty easy to find. So just download it. It is nationwide, and it'll your location. So it'll give you a forecast on your location. It's got 7-day forecast. It's got the extended SPC outlook in there. The 6 to 10 to 8 to 14. It's got precipitation over the last 12 hours, over the last 24 hours. Yeah, so it's always good to have. I call it PAL in your pocket. So we're starting to light it up, folks. We've got 19 severe thunderstorm warnings now. So it's almost doubled since we actually started live coverage 40 minutes ago. So yes, this is definitely starting to get ramped up quickly. We did see a confirmed tornado earlier. It all started about an hour and a half ago up into San Diego. We did have a confirmed tornado up there on the ground for about 5 minutes in Butte County up there in Hoover, San Diego, in South Dakota. And we also had a tornado warning in Tennessee for a short time as well. So we've seen several tornado warnings, already. Right now, we're watching these cloud tops get a little bit higher. So I think once we hit the 45,000 foot range, we are going to be seeing a little bit more significant hail associated with them. You can see these individual supercells right now. This one actually just dropped some golf ball size hail. This was actually in Coldwater, Kansas. Coldwater, Kansas just actually had some golf ball size hail about 10 minutes ago. And you can see the hail core in this system about to cross over County Road 183 there in Kansas. And this is lifting northeast. These are moving about 45 miles an hour. And you can see the discreteness of these supercells. So if we expand the view, there's another activity coming out of Kinsley, another golf ball size hail that was confirmed. And we've numerous spots where we've had golf ball size hail. Another one in Larned, Kansas. So now it's over Pawnee Rock area. Yeah, you can actually see the lowering of this supercell right now on JJack's live stream here. He's on that cell further south. This is the hail core that he's on. He's watching this activity off his to his southwest. You can see the lowering of this supercell as we speak. You got cars actually heading right towards it. Oklahoma City starting to see sun. Yeah, that's never a good sign, especially on days like this. Seeing the sun on days like this adds instability to the atmosphere, and it already has. I mean, it already has enough instability. It definitely doesn't need any more. So it's always concerning if you see peaks of sun in the clouds for sure. Hey, I'm watching Pal's Radar on my iPad. Hopefully it'll help me better learn the locations. It's been cloudy all morning and earlier this afternoon. Hey, I appreciate the ground update. Appreciate it. Appreciate your updates. Shout out to San Diego. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, probably said San Diego instead of South Dakota. Yeah, so he's actually on this wall cloud further south. He is actually located by Greensburg here. This is actually him near Highway 54. This is southeast of Dodge City, southeast of Dodge City. You can actually see the sun out there as well. Yeah, we definitely have some broad rotation within this region. So he's actually pretty good placement of the supercell. So he's on that warning out here in north central. This is coming out of the Dodge City region. He's on that supercell right now that's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. And this is southwestern Pratt County. Could have some ping pong size hail with that particular supercell. You can see it's already produced a golf ball size hailstone off to its southwest. All right, so here we go. We have a tornado warning, folks. This is a brand new tornado warning. So tornado warning right now. This is for coming out of the Dodge City region. This is for south central Kansas. At 3:45, there was a supercell that was located that was capable of producing a tornado near Zook, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So that it is that city of Laird with this dangerous supercell at 350. So you're only about 4 minutes away of seeing this activity. All right, so this is your tornado warning and Laird. Let me go back to here. So right now we do have that tornado warning that is issued by Dodge City. This is the first one in Kansas for the day. This is near Zook. It's going to be by Laird around 350 here, around 350. Move to the lowest room of the house, near surrounded by all walls, folks. This is a dangerous, potentially developing tornado within this supercell. Does have some confirmed up to 2 inches in diameter hailstone associated with this activity. Yes, grapefruit hail potentially. Yeah, so very rare they actually see, they say giant hail. So yeah, very rare something like that does come to fruition. Yeah, you can see actually the mixing of colors. This is on the velocity scan, folks. This is where we do see that broad rotation coming out of that region. So this is the city of Laird right now getting that golf ball size hail with this supercell. And this is why they issued that tornado warning. Yeah, Pawnee Rock is another location that's going to be there in around 10 minutes. So Pawnee Rock in 10 minutes, you need to be in your safe zone immediately. This is a tornado warned, radar warned supercell moving around 45 miles an hour. It has the circulation right now over the city of Laird, and that's moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. It will likely be in the Pawnee Rock region in about 4 o'clock time frame. Yeah, you can see the area of concern right here. This is the rotation right here we're talking about. This is the developing tornado potentially. Uh, be advised when basketball size is mentioned in the forecast. Hopefully, it doesn't get to that point, folks. But giant is significant enough. I mean, I would say giant is often referred to as, grapefruit, anything, anything above softball size. That's over 4 inches in diameter. That can definitely come through your windshield. It can come through your windows. It can leave some major hole dents in your roof. That does significant damage. I mean, we've seen some what they call CD size hail before, and but yeah, getting further up there, there's been isolated hailstones. There was one last year in North Texas. It was actually the biggest on record there, almost 6 inches coming out of the Aubrey region and Sanger. But there has been some very isolated 6-7 inch hailstones, very isolated areas. And of course, the Vivian, South Dakota was the biggest of all time, was 8 inches. That was referred to as volleyball size. It was moving about 120 miles an hour. So, but here's the supercell we're concerned about right now. This is a tornado warning that was issued about 10 minutes ago. So this is for Zook. This is in Kansas. This is in the south central Kansas. This is all heading towards the Pawnee Rock region. And this is the area of concern that is showing signs of rotating as we speak. Volleyball is the 4.25 in the PAL scale. Grapefruit is 3.5 in the pounder scale. Yeah, so if we zoom out, this is Dodge City. So you're looking at Dodge City on the expanded view. This is Great Bend. This is in Kansas. This is in the state of Kansas. This is crossing over Kinsley. So here's Kinsley. So if you try to get your bearings straight, Leonard, and as well as Great Bend. So this is going to be crossing over Pawnee Rock. This is crossing over Pawnee Rock. Dundee is likely in the path. Great Bend, Heiser, Kansas. Let's see, below, let's see, BEL. Yeah, so here's below Kansas here. So right now everything's off to your west. So everything's off to your west, but I feel like this is probably going to be about an hour and a half away. Things could likely be a little bit more significant. So this is around 4 o'clock. So this was it's probably going to be in this region around 5:30 or so. 5:30 or so. We are going to have a concern for numerous supercells potentially dropping some large to very large hail and some isolated tornadoes, and likely a greater risk than what you're seeing now, as you'll be closer to that low level jet at the time. So I'll be here at 5:30 for sure as this gets closer to Bellet. Yeah, just tell them 5:30. Tell them 5:30 to start being on high alert. Hey, do you think Manhattan, Kansas will see any activity? Okay, so yeah, you're a little bit further away from Manhattan. I do feel like you are going to get activity. It's just going to be a while. It's definitely going to be a while in Manhattan, Kansas. You're definitely probably closer to the midnight time frame. I would say it's not going to be anytime soon for sure. Um, you're at least 4 or 5 hours away, likely into the Manhattan region. Yeah, so if you just want to type your city in the comments, I'll be happy to look it up for you. Yeah, so if you're watching, if you're kind of watching, if you live, to the left of this line here, you're likely going to be safe, right? So this is the squall line. Everything's moving east and northeast. So if you're back behind this line, even say in the, I don't know, the Dodge City region, even, I think you're likely going to be done for the evening. So the squall line is starting to come to fruition in far western portions of Oklahoma. So you can see the beginning stages of this squall line. So if you live in, say, the Perrington region, you're not going to get anything tonight. So you're in that safe zone. So you're already past all the instability. So once this line crosses your area, you're going to be in the safe zone likely for the rest of the evening. Decatur, Illinois. Well, with this particular setup, it's going to be much weaker, and it's likely not going to reach that area until well into the wee hours of the morning, and then it's likely just going to be some heavy rains and some stronger wind gusts by then. Closer to probably even tomorrow morning by the time it reaches Decatur, Illinois. And this is just today. We're going to be talking about one event at a time. So I don't want to confuse the two because there is 4 days in a row and basically two systems. It looks like Russell, Kansas is totally in the clear then. All right, let's look at Russell, Kansas. No, not exactly. I wouldn't say Russell, Kansas is in the clear. You're still out ahead of it. You got kind of two squall lines here, and here's some action further off to its west is trying to back build as we speak. So you're not quite yet in the clear in Russell, Kansas. This could easily back build, and this area out towards Hayes could actually start to fill in. But you're not that far off. Remember, this is the warm front. So you have the warm front. It's slowly lifting northeast. So as this lifts northeast, everything is going to get tapping into that warm sector. So the warm front is going to be on the move into the overnight hours as the low pressure center continues to lift northeast as well. And then we've got activity along the boundary here, and then of course the low level jet kicks in as well. So a lot of dynamics coming, just kind of coming together all at once. Hey, I knew I should have been a storm chaser. Hey, James and Kayla. Yeah, timing in Oklahoma City, it doesn't actually appear to be. It appears closer to like 9 o'clock, even closer to 10 o'clock, maybe in the Oklahoma City region. Yeah, this activity is not moving due east. It's actually moving northeast. So yeah, by the time it gets in Oklahoma City, it might not actually be until closer to that 9-10 o'clock time frame. Yeah, here's another storm chaser, Connor Croft. We're going to tap into his feed here. He's out here towards south of Woodward here. So he is south of Woodward. You can actually see it's fairly clear where he's at. There's not really much instability, right? He's pretty much in the clear zone right now, but he's in a pretty good location to see this activity come down from Elk City. And he knows everything's pretty much trending northeast. So everything is going to start actually just come his way. So he's counting on this activity to start back building. As this moves, northeast. Hey, do you know if the cap is still holding south of the Red River, Wade? Yes, I think so. Absolutely. I think it will hold. There's no signs that I see that it's going to build. When we looked at some of the high resolution guidance in Vernon and Wichita Falls, and it actually never even made it that far south. So it's definitely going to be feeling the cap further south, and especially towards the Red River area. There's probably not much to be concerned about tonight. I think it gets into the Lawton region. I think it goes into possibly Ardmore. But there's the dividing line. I think it stops. So it's going to be this activity down towards Elk City. This is trying to back build towards Altus and to Lawton and to Duncan and to Ardmore. But this is probably where it's going to reach. And further north you live, Oklahoma City, Moore, Shawnee, Clinton, those are going to be the more favorite areas. Stillwater, Pawnee, Ponca City, absolutely favorite areas. Enid, that's going to be a significant area. All right, so let's take the front off. All right, let's go back to that tornado warning and see if it's getting its act together anymore. All right, so this is the tornado warning we were tapping into earlier. It's still showing signs of rotation near the Larned region in Kansas, moving northeast around 35 miles an hour. Yeah, this is the rotation of concern right now. This is all moving northeast to Pawnee Rock. You can see the movement on this. This is why they issued the tornado warnings. You can see it's coming out of Zook, and you can see the yellows here starting to mix in with the reds. That is your broad rotation over the Larn region. It is producing some golf ball size hail confirmed there. That was around 325. So this activity is heading towards Pawnee Rock, Dundee, maybe towards Great Bend, then to Heiser. Hey, you're welcome, Wade. No problem. Hey, Easy, Overland Park, Kansas. All right, so here's Overland Park. Yeah, you're pretty good ways. Yeah, it would likely be pretty weak by the time it makes Overland Park, Kansas. Well into the wee hours of the morning and to the tomorrow morning, I would say. Hey, Strike. Yeah, absolutely. Don't forget to hit the like button. Greatly appreciate it. Definitely lets YouTube know that you value my content, value the live stream, and they will share it with others. So it's important to get to get the live stream in front of as many people as possible to get this life-threatening situation that could unfold later on this afternoon into the evening time frame, especially around central and northern Oklahoma, southern Kansas. That seems to be the greatest probability of seeing more significant tornadoes tonight. But you can actually see as we speak, you can definitely see this more numerous supercell trying to kind of fill in, elongated along this line. Brand new, mesoscale discussion just got issued. That is for some 40-mile-per-hour winds. You can see the supercell by south of Woodward here. This is actually getting a little bit stronger as well. It's got some pretty intense lightning with it. You got some deep purples associated with that supercell. And this is all heading towards Woodward and the Moreland region. It does have some broad rotation with it. So this is another supercell that was located about 8 miles west of the Sharon region, 8 miles west of the Sharon region. This is another warned area that goes on until 4:45. A couple other storm chasers holding back here. This is Brandon Kopic. He's out off 412 there. These are just these guys are just kind of sitting and waiting right now. They're out ahead of the line. They're out ahead of the line. They know everything's kind of moving northeast, heading their way realistically. So they're not trying to get behind it. They want to get in front of it. Yeah, this is Oklahoma, folks. This is Woodward, Oklahoma that we're looking at. This is northwest of the Oklahoma City region, northwest of the Oklahoma City. Forever free, to answer your question. And right now we're looking at the city. He's basically east of the Woodward, Oklahoma region. Yeah, most storm chasers are pretty much right on this line. Kind of surprised he's actually behind it right now. He'll probably reposition. But this continues to show a warned activity up here towards Laird. This is a storm that's been showing rotation for about 20 minutes or so now. Yeah, here it is right now, south of Pawnee Rock. It actually is looking a little bit more concerning, I would say. A little bit more broad rotation with it. Just south of Pawnee Rock. Hey, Rob. Yeah, Nashville, Tennessee. Nashville, Tennessee is likely not going to be until tomorrow. But we'll probably be doing some live coverage tomorrow as well, likely on Wednesday as well. So these are basically going to be in two systems. This is the beginning stages of the first significant event. Then it's going to be a little bit lesser threat tomorrow, but still an enhanced up there into Ohio. And then on Thursday, that's going to be your more significant day in Nashville, Rob. That's likely going to be, an enhanced, if not portions of a moderate risk. So that's going to be another potential outbreak day. On Wednesday, this first system, you kind of get the leftover effect. And you don't really get much of it tomorrow. You're on the other side of it. By the time that low pressure center really amplifies, it's not going to be until the heat of the afternoon. And that low will likely be over, Indiana and Ohio by then. That's going to be the most intense storms tomorrow. So I think the brunt in Nashville is going to be on Wednesday with a much more significant threat. Hey, what day for Dallas should we see something? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I mean, Dallas is kind of like on the cap, right? There's nothing today. I mean, even on Wednesday, you're on the tail end of it. Most of the activities in Northeast Texas, and even if it gets there, so there is a cold front that comes in Thursday. Yeah, Dallas is. You're on the outskirts of these systems, and you're probably not going to see much of not much of anything this week, really. Yeah, you have a small chance with that cool front on Thursday, but it's about a 30% probability, along the cool front. Yeah, whenever you're at the tail end of systems, you're likely hitting the cap. The low pressure centers essentially in Ohio, and all you're getting is the front aspect of it. Um, you're gonna get some storms, but I'm just talking about the severe threat is not going to be very intense at all. You're just going to get some heavier rain. Poplar Bluff. Oh yeah, here it is, Poplar Bluff, Missouri. Okay, so yeah, so you're going to be you get the squall line in the overnight hours in Poplar Bluff, Missouri. It's you get the leading edge of the squall line. You never can roll out an isolated spin up tornado along the QLCS tornado type potential. Some damaging winds, some smaller hail probably in the overnight hours, but yeah, Poplar Bluff's probably closer to the 4 o'clock in the morning time frame. Well in the overnight hours. Collin County be okay? Yeah, I think so. Absolutely. I don't think Collin County has anything to worry about today. Uh, so right now we're just watching this leading squall line as the low level. Oh, looks like we had yet another tornado confirmed up here. It's probably the same one. Oh, a second touchdown. Okay, so a second touchdown earlier in South Dakota. Yeah, so we had one at 149, and then we had a second touchdown back behind that one at 207. So it looks like we've already had two confirmed tornadoes this afternoon in South Dakota. We had a tornado warning earlier in Tennessee, and now we have that tornado warning in Kansas here. And it's been warm for a while. Yeah, it still continues to show that broad rotation. Now it's out of Laird, it's just south of Pawnee Rock here. There's a line developing northwest of Fort Worth as the cap eroding. I don't know. Let's check it out. Oh, what are you talking about? A line? Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you could have some sporadic showers, what they call elevated storms. These form on top of the boundary. Hey, can I get a warning counter? Yeah, I'll have to upgrade to that software, John. I don't technically have that software at this moment, but I'm definitely looking into it to upgrade my live streams. Yeah, but currently right now there's no tornado warnings. There's no tornado warnings as we speak. But we do have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. Yeah, the total count is actually 21. There's actually 21 total severe thunderstorm warnings currently right now as we speak. But the hail is getting a little bit more significant. You can actually see there's a little bit more numerous areas. We're getting some confirmed golf ball size hail elongated within this boundary. Yes, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, it's definitely showing signs of intensification for sure as the updrafts are getting a little bit stronger. The hail core is going to be a little bit bigger. We can look at some of these echo tops and see where we stand with these supercells. Yeah, so we're starting to see some reds, folks. Yeah, we're starting to see the, oh yeah. All right, yeah, so we're definitely there. We're at 53,000 feet on that one. 53,000 feet. We've got plenty of room now. Yeah, the ceiling is getting higher and higher. 47,000 feet. Red cloud is up to 53,000 feet. Yeah, so you're expanding the atmosphere to work with. Here's the one in Woodward. That's 54,000 feet. That is significant. So obviously, the more the higher the ceiling, the more the more you're going to be able to work with. So you got the upper level low. You have the those jet stream, those winds screaming around 17,000 feet, and then you got the low level jet coming in from around 5,000 feet or so. And yeah, and when you got 10 miles of atmosphere to work with at 53,000 foot cloud tops, you're gonna definitely see some larger supercells that is going to produce some very large hail. And now you're going to be starting to see some developing tornadoes come out of this. I would watch Woodward for sure. That's the highest cloud top. Let's see if there's any rotation on that storm. Yeah, so right now we're watching this supercell that's over 412 between Woodward and Moreland. Woodward and Moreland, I would say this has an increased probability of producing something here shortly. It's probably why Brandon and Brad are on this storm right now. Yeah, so let's watch this storm. Yeah, the ceiling is plenty high with this supercell. This could easily drop a tornado at any moment as it starts to get its act together. Yeah, you got a little bit of separation in between these two supercells. So you got some breath coming in from the south side. Yeah, you see the separation here. That's pretty, it's a pretty large separation between Sharon and 183. That's pretty distinct to make them, discrete supercells. And they just broke off here. Yeah, you see rotation possible. Yeah, so there is the supercell that is showing signs of rotation. Been confirmed to have some golf ball size hail near Moreland. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. All right, let's put a track on this. These are some cities in the path of this this supercell. All right, so what is this? Waynoka in 37 minutes. Waynoka in around 37 minutes time frame. So these are cities that need to be on high alert with this developing supercell that is showing, rotation. It's already got a 54,000 foot cloud top, so it's got plenty of room to work with. And Cora in 49 minutes, Avard in 50 minutes, Hopton in 60 minutes, and Noel in around 61 minutes. That kind of gives you some estimates, as it gets near Alva, Oklahoma, in about an hour or so. And this could likely produce a tornado at really kind of any given moment. We got actually 2 storm chasers on this particular cell. It does have the highest cloud top, so it has the greatest potential of producing a tornado with any one of these supercells right now. And this is the back building aspect of the storm too. See it developing further south to work towards Springwater. So we are seeing more and more activity starting to develop. We're getting an echo. But yeah, you can definitely see this storm. We are on the storm in Woodward here. I'm not sure why we're getting an echo. Yeah, so this is Brandon Kopic. This is around County Road 412 that he's on. He's watching this supercell lift just north of Moreland, Oklahoma. This is all right. So they did, in fact, go ahead and extend this severe thunderstorm warning. So this is the extension that we literally just talked about. All right. So this is the extended severe thunderstorm warning for northwestern Oklahoma. This is northwestern Oklahoma. This is a supercell that we've been watching coming out of the Moreland region. This is moving at 45 miles an hour. So the locations in its path are going to be the Alva region. Between now and 5 o'clock. So between now and 5 o'clock, it's likely going to be impacting these areas: Alva, Moreland, Waynoka, Alvord, Quinlan, Hopeton, Boss Junction. Boss Junction, all areas are in the path of this rotating supercell that is producing some larger hail, some golf ball size hail, and it has the greatest probability. We can see actually a wall cloud really as we speak. And it has, showing those signs of rotation right now as it lifts northeast around, 45 miles an hour. So that is one supercell we're definitely going to be watching here. Let's go further to the north. All right, so we are getting some more activity south of Pierre into Valentine, just north of North Platte. A little bit more significant out towards Hastings, back into Nebraska region. So let's tap into the Wichita radar. All right, so we have those developing supercells out ahead of it. Oh, did we get a warning now? All right, this is actually in Nebraska. This is a brand new tornado warning, that just got issued. This is in central Nebraska. So central Nebraska, roughly south of Hastings. South of Hastings, we do have a radar indicated tornado. New warning. Right now, it's located over the city of Coles or Callis, the city of Callis, Nebraska, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So northeast at 45 miles an hour. Lawrence is in the path at 4:30. Lawrence, the city of Lawrence. You see it right here. Oh, this one's actually trying to develop a little hook too. So this could be, we could get some confirmed tornado here, folks. Let's look at the velocity scan. Yeah, there we go, right here. You can see it. We could have a developing tornado right now. Yeah, so this is your concern right here, folks. This could be a developing tornado as we speak. This is in Callis, Nebraska, lifting northeast around 45 miles an hour, 45 miles an hour. You can see it develop here, right? You see it coming off from its southwest, coming in the picture. As soon as it creates that little notch here, we see the rotation on the south side. We're trying to get confirmation from storm spotters right now, but it definitely appears to me we could have a developing tornado as we speak, coming out of Nebraska here, heading into Lawrence. So if you are listening to me, you definitely probably need to be in your safe zone. This is a brand new tornado warning, goes on for another 20 minutes or so. Looks like it's going to be in St. Stephen's in 14 minutes, potentially the Lawrence region in about 15 minutes or so. Yes, thanks for Stormy and Snowies for helping me out. I have a friend in Bartersville. They are concerned for today. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. It is definitely one of those concerning days for sure. Hey, Rob, appreciate your support. All right, so we are watching this developing potential tornado here as this is moving northeast around 45 miles an hour. This is not confirmed. This is radar indicated, but it's definitely showing some rotation. If anything, this could in fact be a potential tornado on the ground right now. We don't have confirmation of that, but the velocity scans is definitely looking a little bit more impressive there, with definitely showing rotations on the south side coming out of Collis and heading into Lawrence here. All right, looks like we have yet another tornado warning in Tennessee. Let's swing over to Tennessee now. So brand new tornado warning coming out of Tennessee. All right, so this is actually just this is west, yeah, east of the Nashville, Tennessee region. Going to be in Smithfield in about 1 minute or so. So brand new tornado warning. coming over Smithfield at the moment, moving eastbound at 25 miles an hour. Hey, this is my first high risk I've ever seen. Yeah, they are rare. I mean, they're definitely rare. The last one was that March 31st, 2023. So it was just last year, but we don't really get a high risk every single year. But I think there were two last year. No, was there two? Might have been just one. Definitely very rare days. The dynamics, have to be just right for them for the Storm Prediction Center to issue. I look at it like a 1% probability, and it might even be less than that. I know the percentage when you have high risk for flood is around 4%, but it's even less for for severe storms. But appreciate all my followers out there. Appreciate your support. If you are tuning in, if you aren't subscribed, make sure you hit the subscribe button. I do daily updates on this channel, pretty much on a daily basis. We've been talking about this storm for really several days and putting the dynamics together, and yeah, everything started to come together, and it really started exploding. And it looked like even last night there was a possibility they actually could go enhance today, or elevate to that high risk. And it was definitely apparent with the when the 0Z run came in this morning. That's when they went ahead and elected to, hey, this definitely warrants a high risk day. So they upgraded it at the 8 o'clock advisory to that high risk within central and northern Oklahoma and southern portions of Kansas. All right, so let's go back to this tornado warning further north into Nebraska here. So we just have a couple of radar indicated tornadoes. We haven't had a confirmed tornado. The two ones so far this afternoon have actually been in South Dakota. Hey, South Dakota has a mobile radar on its storm, so they have given a nighttime threat since there are storms popping out west in my area. Yeah, I'm a little surprised how active Tennessee today is, folks. All right, so this is starting to build a little bit further south now. So let's tap into yeah. So this sporadic showers near Vernon. Yeah, this is trying to kind of break the cap, but they're gonna have a very, very hard time here. And this is your low level jet building in from the south, and that's how this activity is starting to back build. Yeah, it's around 4:30 in the afternoon. It's 4:30 in the afternoon. All right, looks like we do have a confirmed tornado, folks, in Tennessee. We have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. All right, confirmed tornado over Smithfield. This is over the city of Smithfield. This is a confirmed tornado for central DeKalb and northwestern White counties. Locations in its path are going to be right there into the Smithfield region, knocking on its doorstep right now. If you live within this region of Midway and to Shady Grove, Peeled, Chestcut, this is east of the Nashville region, south of Cookeville. This is south of Cookeville. This is the city of Smithville. We do have a confirmed tornado that is near Smithfield. You can actually see it right here. This is your tornado right here. This is crossing over SR 53, SR 56. And actually just now, it's just not as pronounced. It's still there, but not as pronounced as it was with that last scan for sure. Buckner, Midway, Peeled, Chestcut, let's see, Franchers Mill. All these areas definitely need to be in your safe zone. We do have that confirmed tornado that is on the ground coming out of the city of Smithfield. And this is moving eastbound around 25 miles an hour. You can see it spin up there, right? You can see it right there. See that yellow starting to pop? And then it dies down. So it definitely appears we did have a confirmed tornado. Might have been on the ground. It still could possibly be on the ground, but definitely not as big as it was earlier. Looks like the activity was coming right out of the Crossroads region and started showing some signs of rotation around Highway 70. And then right there, just in the north side of Smithfield, it definitely produced a touchdown tornado. This is why they issued it, but now those colors have subsided. It's still showing some rotation, but it's very subtle. But these storms have a tendency of recycling, so this could always come back. But for right now, we do still have that confirmed tornado, observed tornado that is on the ground, moving eastbound at 25 miles an hour, 25 miles an hour. So everybody living in this yellow shaded area needs to be taking your safe zone immediately, as we do have a confirmed tornado in Smithfield, Tennessee. This is just off to its southeast of Nashville and southwest of Cookeville. Hey, Rob. Hey, appreciate you sharing. Definitely thanks for sharing. All right, so this is your rotation right now, moving off to its east. It looks like it's traversing right along 70 there, maybe just south of there. Yeah, you can see there's definitely no storm chasers on this activity in Tennessee. Everybody's in Kansas and Oklahoma pretty much. But this supercell they look like it produced some golf ball size hail. There's a report of 2-inch hail in College Grove, Tennessee earlier. That was about 30 minutes ago. All right, so it's definitely starting to get more active. We have 2 other radar indicated tornadoes. So here's the one that's coming out of Woodward. Yeah, so remember we talked about that earlier. This would likely be tornado warned, and this definitely came to fruition. This was the cloud top that we talked about. Once it reached 54,000 feet, we saw the lowering of that wall cloud. And yes, we do have now a radar indicated tornado warning issued for that area that we highlighted about 10 minutes ago. This was 4 miles northwest of Quinlan. So this is 4 miles northwest of Quinlan. This is near the Waynoka region. This is coming out of Woodward. This is that cell we've been tracking out of Woodward. And now the activity is moving out of Moreland, heading into Waynoka, and eventually heading towards Tacoma here. And also Alva, Oklahoma is in the crosshairs for this particular supercell. So yes, this is another developing potential tornado coming out of Oklahoma. We're watching this supercell really trying to get its act together now. So we have more activity starting to build across this line. All right, so let's go back. Yeah, let's tune into this line here. All right, so it looks like Connor's on this particular supercell. He's also watching his own wall cloud form. Yeah, he's off just to its west. He's watching this activity come in from his west to east. All right, so this is Brandon's vantage point on this particular supercell. He is located on County Road 281. This is Waynoka, Oklahoma. You're definitely starting to see the lowering, this little hook trying to form on the south side. That's never a good sign. So yeah, you've actually got 3 storm chasers going to be probably looking to try to intercept this particular supercell as it continues to move northeast. This one hasn't dropped a tornado, but it's definitely showing broad rotation right here. You can see the broad rotation with this supercell. All right, so here's a couple. Here's Brandon Kopic. He's a storm chaser. This is his location. He's off County Road 281 here. And he's driving north to Waynoka. And this is the trajectory of this cell. This is lifting northeast. So he's basically going to be traveling this path right here. And he's located right here. There is the circulation in question. Yes, yeah, we're going back and forth to Tennessee and Oklahoma and Kansas. There's been a couple of tornadoes in South Dakota. So I'm trying to cover, pretty much everything I can. Let's go back to the one in Kansas because that is the one that's actually on the ground right now. Or sorry, Tennessee. All right, so this is the one in Tennessee that's still coming out of Smithfield. This is a confirmed tornado that was located over the city of Smithfield around 4:30 or so. And that you can see it continue to move. This would likely be, it's not as pronounced as it was earlier, but it's definitely warrants, still could potentially be on the ground there. Yeah, there's the latest scan. So this is the city of Smithfield. This is like the circulation is likely traversing just south of Highway 70, south of Highway 70. This is all moving eastbound at 25 miles an hour. So eventually I would say, what is it, Sparta? Sparta's in the path of this storm. Yeah, if we zoomed in there. Old Zion's likely in the path of this storm. Yeah, the activity in Tennessee, I think it definitely surprised me today. I wasn't expecting this significant of a storm. All right, so we have two tornado warnings as we speak. We have one confirmed tornado that came out of Smithville, Tennessee. It looks to be possibly still on the ground. They're continuing with the tornado warning, so it has been potentially on the ground for 15 minutes or so, or at least showing it's a possibility it still could be on the ground. These are all moving east around 25 miles an hour, moving east at 25 miles an hour. And then we still have that tornado warned coming out of Woodward. This is tornado warned still coming out of Woodward, Oklahoma. Yeah, let me switch radars here. Yeah, here's the broad picture. So we've been watching this activity trying to back build all day. Now it's trying to fill in further south to Elk City. It's going to have a really hard time building much further south. Yeah, but this all got going way earlier with two tornadoes in South Dakota. That's right around the low pressure center. And then we've just been watching it back build really all afternoon. Started building up in Nebraska. And then it turned more severe once it got into northern Kansas here. Numerous quarter-size hail reports, some golf ball-size hail reports. Now they're dealing with more of a squall line with some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, further south you go, back into Great Bend and south of Hutchinson and to Pratt. Seeing some stronger supercells with that activity. And now we still have that tornado warning and coming out of Waynoka. And then further south, there's another cell that looks fairly significant as well, coming out of the city of Sharon. And then another isolated supercell that Connor's on. So he's in the rain band right now. He's going to try to see if he can see anything out of this. Yeah, who is that? This is Connor Croft. This is a storm chaser. He's got the app Radar Omega that we're tapping into his cyclone port, essentially, if you will, his dash cam. He also has a YouTube channel. So he is, to get your bearings, this is where he's at. He's literally off County Road 47. He's the south side of that the city of Woodward. He's playing the southern game here. But this is literally basically north of Elk City. So he's watching this rotation right here off to its west. This will be crossing over County Road 34 shortly. You can see it come in. You can see it come into the picture right here. That's showing some signs of rotation here. All right, so we just hit the almost 5 o'clock, folks. So we're almost at the 5 o'clock time frame. Yeah, we're essentially at what's often referred to as peak heating. Usually the temperature technically doesn't get much higher after 5 o'clock. Sometimes 6 later on in the summer. But the storm in Woodward is still showing signs of rotation here. So let's switch gears and tap into Brandon. Yeah, so here's his feed. He's coming off County Road 281. Hey, not looking forward to leave my fur babies behind. Our shelter doesn't allow pets. Hey, Rob. Oh, yeah. Rural area, population 20,000. I saw a town on that map named Peeled Chestnut. Yeah, I get to learn the country really well, these smaller towns, for sure, doing these live streams. All right, so it's yeah, that one's looking pretty nasty, folks, north of Winoka here. Yeah, so we're watching this supercell that it is tornado warned. It's been warned for a while. This one's moving around 40 miles an hour. Hey, thanks for watching for Wichita. Appreciate you tuning in from Wichita. Yeah, things are probably still a couple hours away in Wichita. Everything's out in Pratt right now, but you're definitely going to be in the brunt of it maybe towards 7 or 8 o'clock. Yeah, once these things start forming, they're going to likely. All right, so it looks like they did issue another tornado warning. So this is another tornado warning on the south side because of this supercell right here. All right, so this was coming out of the Norman, Oklahoma region. Another severe thunderstorm was located 4 miles east of the Mutual region. Locations in its path are going to be Fairview, Mutual, Chester, Orrin, and Bose Junction. Bose Junction's in the path. So this is yet another cell that is now showing. So yeah, there's your rotation, folks. This is Highway 3. And this would be your rotation in question. This is why they warranted a tornado warning as we speak. This could very well be a developing tornado starting to get its act together. So that's why all these areas definitely be in your safe zone. All right, here's some timelines with this particular setup. Cedardale looks like Cedardale in about 6 minutes. Toga in 26 minutes. Cheyenne Valley in 31 minutes. Orinta, 45 minutes. West Celio Springs in 48 minutes. Carmen in 52 minutes. This kind of gives you an idea of where some towns of where, this is where it's going to be in the next hour or so. So we're definitely starting to see signs of this, back building as it builds further south. The low-level jet is getting a little bit closer, a little bit more amplified. They have a little bit bigger updrafts now as we get closer to the 5 o'clock time frame. But it's definitely looking a little bit more ominous on that storm. Yeah, he's on that first tornado warning that's just coming out of the Winoka region. So you got 5 cats, three kittens, 1 beagle, and a parrot. Oh, and a pigeon. I can't handle all the animals. That is definitely a lot to keep up with. I have 2 dogs. I have a corgi and a Jack Russell. Yeah, one of them's 13, the other one's 2. So yeah, the corgi we got as a puppy. The Jack Russell she was a rescue when she was 2. So we've had her 11 years. But we do have 2 tornado warnings as we speak. The southern flank one is trying to get a little bit more pronounced here, but they both definitely warrant a tornado warning, just showing some broad rotation with it. I almost ended up with the Jack Russell, but got Willow at 6 weeks. I want a corgi. Yeah, corgis are fun. She loves to play ball. I throw the tennis ball relentless. And until she gets really tired and goes to sleep, which is always a good thing. which is she's probably actually sleeping right now. All right, so yes, there's the Oklahoma City region. So if we tap into their radar, it's still a good ways away. Stillwater, Pawnee, Ponca City, all those areas are pretty clear right now. Everything's still well out to your west. It's going to be more of a nighttime event for you guys out there. It gets darker later and later. It actually doesn't get dark until well past 8 o'clock now. So all right, so there was a circulation earlier confirmed over mutual, and now it is shifting a little bit further off to the east. Looks like it's near the Cedardale region. It's near Cedardale as we speak. It's going to be crossing over County Road 281 here. And this will likely, end up somewhere in Toga, near the Balsa Junction region. You can see Brad's trying to move a little bit further off to the east, trying to get a little bit better position for the Supercell off to its southwest. But I'm definitely not liking the looks of this, folks. We've got, several discrete supercells. You can actually count them as 3 different ones. We got 1, we have 2, and then we have 3. So yeah, you got separation in the middle of each one of these. So it's got plenty of breadth to work with in between. And as long as these stay discrete, like a lot of the high resolution models said it would, then that's what makes it more intense. I think in the overnight hours, once this starts to fill in and it becomes more of a squall line, I think that's when the severe threat starts to come down. And then you transfer to more of a QLCS type of event. Still can get some tornadoes along those leading edges, but those typically aren't as significant of what you could possibly see when they're discrete like this. And especially if that low level jet kicks in at the right time, then unfortunately, once we have something on the ground, it could be on the ground for an extended period of time. We are definitely not there yet. And, but you'll know it when we kind of hit that point. All right, looks like the one in White, Tennessee is not on the ground any longer. So that looks like it has lifted out there. So that is always a good thing. Back to storms. Yeah, so we're in the heart of severe storm season. This is what, May 6th. Yeah, typically in any given year, this is always an active time frame. So this is typically when you see the most severe weather you're ever going to really see. And it's typically stays active to about the middle of June. That's when you're pretty favored. I always say severe storm seasons between the middle of March and the middle of June. That is your most active time. It's not like you can't get stuff out of that side of that window. You can get it 12 months out of the year, as you've obviously seen, but it definitely appears, you get closer into the, deeper in June and, going into July, you tend to have a lot less cold fronts, right? We've seen, late season cold fronts, and that's always been the problem when you get these clash in temperatures like that. And the reason why we're getting such a significant threat this week is because we have a stronger May cold front. At the same time, we have a ridge that's trying to build in from Mexico, lifting in deep South Texas, deep in the Southeast into Florida. So we've got some record highs to contend with, further south in the southern flank. that heat's building, tapping into the warm sector of the Gulf of Mexico. And then we've got, dynamic systems coming in from the northwest, upper level low. You've got low level jet, and it's basically two systems back to back taking advantage of the warm sector until the actual cold front comes through on Thursday. So by the time Friday hits, it's going to be pretty much clear for a good part of the country with no severe storms really anywhere in the country. And everybody's going to be feeling at least a little bit of the coolness. It won't be as muggy in the mornings. It definitely won't be as hot in the afternoons. It will feel a little bit more like, April rather than in May, I would say. So it's going to be much harder to get severe storms in that environment next week for sure. So we're probably going to be taking a little bit of a respite after we have a very active 4 days coming up. And we're going to definitely need the break for sure. But we still have that we still have that storm located over Waynoka. That one's continued to moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Yeah, we are slowly losing the El Nino dynamics. Those things don't happen all at once. The Climate Prediction Center will likely come out on Thursday. They're probably going to be talking about the El Nino ending. That's probably going to be the wording that they're going to go over. The El Nino will likely start coming to an end, and then we're heading into end zone neutral, which is more or less a neutral pattern. But it doesn't appear that we stay there very long at all, and we go right back into a La Nina by the heart of summer. So, and it's that El Nino is dropping fairly quick. So we're still getting the influx of the El Nino. We've got the active subtropical jet. We'll have to see what's coming back behind this one, because it does appear that the ridge in Mexico after the cold front comes in, the ridge in Mexico is going to try to build further south, and that could definitely shift the overall weather setups, as we head into the third week of May. If that ridge does in fact start building a little bit closer there in Texas and the southeast into the southwest, those regions, that would likely put the storm track further north as we get deeper into May. That'll just change the trajectory of the path. So I know a lot of you guys mentioned the same areas tend to get hit over and over and over again, which has basically been the case. A lot of the same areas. A lot of the same areas they got hit last week are likely going to get hit this week. And it's two systems. It was likely two systems last week, and it's again going to be another two systems this week with the activity today and then the activity tomorrow, and then it reloads for Wednesday, much more amplified day. So today's the stronger day, a little bit less stronger day tomorrow, more amplified day on Wednesday, a little bit less stronger day on Thursday, and then there's no severe storms on Friday. But yeah, if you're listening to me from, Amarillo, essentially, if you're east, if you live west of this line, you're probably going to be pretty much, in the clear tonight. Yeah, even possibly Woodward here. You had some activity off to your east, but it even looks like Woodward, Oklahoma is likely in the clear even right now. So you're on the backside of this system. There's likely not going to be anything else that's going to form back behind that one that's coming in from the west for you. So You're in the all clear zone, I would say. But here's that cell that's moving towards the city of Fairview and Clio Springs, towards Enid. These are the more favored areas. Now we're tapping into some of the high risk areas. You can see the jet. That's actually a sign the jet is getting intensified. That's 55 miles an hour, folks. 55 miles an hour. That's fairly significant because that basically means the upper level low and the low level jet are getting closer together, and it's really amplifying and moving these storms further off to the east. So we're seeing the storm motion intensify, at least on this cell, for another 10 or 15 miles an hour. So we're going to watch this and see if it actually drops a tornado, because if it does, this could be possibly the beginning stages of what may be unfolding, a long track tornado. I mean, we're going into a lot more favored environment, into Enid, back through Perry, into Morrison. This area is the high risk area that is issued by the Storm Prediction Center. And we're starting to see signs of that low level jet really starting to kick in now. And you got the eastward trajectory, just due east. So that's fairly significant. You got the north to south build. And if there is going to be a tornado that does in fact touch down, then they are going to be moving continuing eastbound at a pretty good clip. And this is where you could likely start to see the beginning stages of these long track tornadoes that are in the forecast for some of these storms. All right, so Brandon's on this particular storm that's moving just off to his south. So what are the cloud tops on this one? Yeah, so this is the most significant of the day. Look at that, 55,000 feet, folks, 55,000 feet. So this is definitely concerning, folks. This is definitely concerning with this cloud top, how intense it is. We've got confirmation of the low-level jet there now. Yeah, look at the intensity of this rain. 65, 67 dBs, 69. That is incredibly strong. That is some serious rain, a lot of moisture wrapped up in this system. It's got a lot of dynamics starting to come together here. I would say we probably are not that far away to seeing a potential tornado, folks. All right, so there's the activity in question. It's likely over 281. So likely over 281 right now. This activity is moving due east. This is moving due east. Let's put the scan on it. You can see the frames. You can actually see the rotation getting a little bit more pronounced here, crossing over 281. All right, there's Brad sagging south off 412. That area between Enid and Woodward is 90 miles, pretty desolate. I've driven it several times. Hey, yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate the update. That's definitely good to know. That's pretty isolated out here. Yeah, there's Brandon's storm feed. But this is warned. This is warned. We are on this because this could be your next tornado that could be on the ground really at any moment now. And I got a bad feeling with this one. You know, once it does hit, once we do have confirmation, it could last for a while. All right, so we'll keep on his storm feed. Yeah, this is the only tornado warning we have going on right now, so we're going to stay with this storm. This looks to be the most significant storm right now in question. But you can see the storm chasers. There's 5 of them, actually. They're all around it. Wow, this storm is getting stronger. Yeah, this storm is definitely intense, folks. All right, you are watching live storm coverage. If you're just now tuning in, we are watching a developing, this is a tornado warning storm, and this is the developing system we've been tracking it since Woodward. It's got a lot of lightning associated with it. It's moving eastbound at 55 miles an hour. I feel like this is the beginning stages of what could be a significant tornado, beginning stages of it. And we're watching this whole entire line, really starting to fill in now. They're still discrete, and that's always indicative of them continuing to hold its own and hold the intensity as well. Yeah, hopefully it stays in the fields and not anywhere near people live. Yeah, I think we're pretty good until it hits Enid, and it's going to start hitting towards more populated areas. But right now, we have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, but this is the only tornado warning we have at the moment. Out ahead of the system, Oklahoma still fairly clear. Tulsa is clear. If you're watching me from Wichita, you're still clear at the moment. It really hasn't gotten into your area yet. You're probably still another couple hours away. But yeah, that is looking nasty, folks. That is pretty significant supercell. No question. Yeah, it gets past Enid, it'll get a lot more population error, and we are in trouble. Yeah, that's definitely the concern because I mean, once it gets to Enid, I mean, you got to realize Stillwater, Pawnee, Ponca City, all the way to almost Tulsa. This is your high risk zone. We're about to go into the high risk zone right here. Yeah, remember the storm is moving 55 miles an hour too. So I mean, these guys are trying to book it, trying to stay ahead of this system. So in these situations, it gets very dangerous with the storm moving so fast like this. You really got to know what you're doing if you're out there, and you gotta have a plan B in place at all times, and know when to pull back if it's not safe. You gotta know all your exits. Yeah, days like this, especially high risk days, I mean, you really want to leave it up to the veterans out there storm chasing, because you definitely don't. It is obviously very dangerous out there today, especially if things get really going with numerous tornadoes happening at the same time. All right, so it looks like it has slowed down a little bit. So it's slowed down to about 40 miles an hour. So we're still on track for areas into Fairview, into Boss Junction, as this is continuing to move eastbound around 40 miles an hour. Hey, Julie. Hey, I'm watching from Arkansas. Hey, I appreciate you tuning in, Julie. Yeah, for your area in Arkansas, it's probably going to be, well into the evening time frame. It even could be towards tomorrow morning. You kind of get the leftover effects from this nasty squall line that's going to hit Oklahoma in the overnight. Definitely appreciate you tuning in. All right, let's take this off. Let's go back to the watches here, and let's fill everybody in. All right, so we do actually have a tornado watch in place. This is the area that's in question, and this is actually one of those PDS watches. This is kind of rare to see something like this, particularly dangerous situations. So it is one of those days, high impact days. The watch includes all these areas in yellow. So if you are watching me, and if you are in the shade of yellow between now and 11 o'clock, the atmosphere calls for the possibility of seeing numerous tornadoes are expected, a few intense tornadoes, some larger hail, maybe some scattered, very large hail, potentially up to 4 inches in diameter, that maybe up to softball, maybe even some grapefruit size hail. Not out of the question. Some scattered wind gusts, maybe upwards going to 75 miles an hour within the squall line. So we've had several tornado warnings. We did have a confirmed tornado, actually two confirmed tornadoes earlier in South Dakota. We had one in Tennessee. So we've had three tornadoes to my knowledge. Nothing confirmed in Oklahoma and Kansas. We've had several tornado warnings, but nothing confirmed that it actually was a confirmed tornado. So right now we're on the system. This all started to come together around 3 o'clock. So we started to go on live around 3:30. We did have the activity build earlier further north. And you can see where the two tornadoes unfolded earlier in South Dakota. And then it started back building. So it started back building coming down this line. So further north, this tornado watch, this severe thunderstorm watch ends about 7 o'clock. And so now we have that tornado watch for Lincoln, Topeka, back into Oklahoma City. These all go until like the 11 o'clock time frame. Does include Wichita, does include Manhattan and Peoria. But yeah, this is the cell that we're talking about. This still has the ripe environment still to go into. This will likely be extended past 11 o'clock. We'll include Tulsa by then. But between now and say 11, it's likely going to be in this zone of Enid, Ponca City, into Oklahoma City, Pawnee, Stillwater, back through Norman. It's probably going to get far south as Lawton, Yeah, so this activity right here down towards Elk City is starting to try to build further south. But if you're with me earlier, if you live within even this region right here, this activity is trying to build, and this will likely build further south. So, but yeah, the further south you live in this region, the higher probability you're going to hit a capping inversion. You got a lot of warm air coming in from the south. You got a lot of high clouds coming in from Texas here, and that's going to squash and or more or less suppress the activity, if you will. So this line's only going to be able to back build, only a little bit further south, maybe towards the Lawton region. It might not get further south than that. So, and I do feel once we get past 11, this watch will be extended. It might even be a severe thunderstorm watch by then. But it definitely appears with the squall line, it's going to be lasting well into the overnight hours, likely towards Springfield into St. Louis. It's guesstimated to be in St. Louis around 4 o'clock in the morning, just to kind of give you some references. Springfield, St. Louis, all around 4 o'clock in the morning. Looks to be a favored time. It is impacting your area. By then, the tornado threat goes way down. It's more of a damaging wind threat, more of a larger hail threat. But the highest threat would be wind by then. And you can't roll out spin up tornadoes along the leading edge. But you typically don't get significant tornadoes on those. You get a lot of EF0, EF1 type tornadoes. It's really between now and 11 o'clock, you have the more favored time to seeing those strong tornadoes. So we're 5 hours. We probably have another 6 hours potentially of seeing the most significant weather. But right now it has not kicked in yet. We've got several severe thunderstorm warnings in place. And really the main focus is right in this corridor that's heading towards Clio Springs. So this is your main area that we're really focusing on here, because this has the best signs. If this is going to drop a tornado, this definitely has the best signs that it will do it. So it's likely going to be including the city of Fairview here shortly. This looks to be continue to move eastbound around 40 miles an hour. Man, I feel like $1,000,000. Yes, we helped me through a real bad situation driving home from Little Rock about 2 years ago. I tune onto you every single day. Hey, I appreciate it. Hey, thanks, Julie. I'm glad I'm able to keep you safe. I think I've been on YouTube now for, was it 2019 or 2020 I started? All these years run in between. Doesn't mean tornadoes or drop higher chances. Hey, Lucky 7. Yes. Thanks for the reminder. Definitely hit the like button, folks. It definitely helps the YouTube algorithm. It's just a simple press of the button, a thumbs up, give it a like. It definitely lets YouTube know that you value my content, value my time that I'm spending away from my family, keeping you safe as possible. It is one of those high impact days. And this is just the start of it. So this is just the start of what could be 4 days in a row of severe storms. And it's going to be 2 separate systems. Hey, yeah, since 2020, I lost my mind. I think it was 2020. I might have been 2020. I said 2020, March. Well, it might have been summer of 2019. Well, I know in the beginning I wasn't really doing that many videos in the start. I really didn't like do it a lot, like almost every day, like I am now, and like till I think it was 2021. So it was definitely more sporadic for those first 2 or 3 years, and then I started doing videos pretty much almost every day, starting in 2021. All right, so what do we got here? Yeah, so we still have that one tornado warning. Oh wow. Okay, so this one. All right, so now we might be getting we might have something here, folks. All right, so we definitely we oh wow. So this could be that is definitely looking a little bit more concerning, those last couple scans. All right, so here is the storm. We've got Corey's live feed here. He's watching this. Yeah, so that last 2 frames here, that little notch on the coming in on the south side, that could be a developing tornado. That's a Cheyenne Valley. Cheyenne Valley. This is around 412 here, coming off County Road 60. Yeah, that is a significant hook signature. It's never a good sign. That is your beginning stages of what could possibly be a fairly significant tornado here. Yeah, it's definitely rotating around Cheyenne Valley. So we could be looking at a developing tornado trying to lower as we speak. Yeah, this is the storm we've been tracking. It's got the highest cloud tops, got 55,000 feet. It's got the low level jet to work with now. It's moving east. It's pretty significant because this is the very first storm that we've actually seen move due east. They've all been maybe moving northeast. This one's due east. And that is fairly significant because now we're getting the trajectory of the storm motion. You had the upper level low, but now you're getting the low level jet. So if this thing does lower, this is where we could see the start of a long track tornado. Yeah, that is looking ugly, folks. And the last frame, that is definitely getting wrapped. It's literally going to have a confirmed tornado at any moment. You can see the last couple of frames here. That is almost textbook right there, folks. My hair is perfect. Hey, I did get a haircut the other day. I got a couple days ago. Hey, Lucky Seven. Yes, I appreciate you being a long-term follower. I know you've been with me a long time. Greatly appreciate it. Yeah, they're essentially saying the same thing I am. They're looking better and better as time goes by. Yeah, so he's talking about the National Weather Service out of Norman, talking about we're about a half hour away for this thing to really start getting going. And that's why I mentioned this is the beginning stages of what could be a significant long track tornado. And you can actually see the southern flank too, folks. This is they're showing this now. This is another inflow notch on this southern flank one too. Yeah, so we could actually have two developing tornadoes here. And is that one? Yeah, look at that. Yeah, you got deeper moisture coming in from the south. You got an influx in here. You got the low level jet. You've got the upper level low coming in. You got the warm front lifting off to the northwest, the northeast. All right, this is going to drop a tornado at any moment now, folks. Hey, Bethany, how's the cap looking over DFW? I'd say pretty strong. I don't think there's anything you got to worry about in DFW tonight. Do you work for a channel or just here on YouTube? It's me. I own the company. Pal Ponder on Weather. I'm on Facebook. I'm on YouTube. Yeah, I'm pretty much here on a daily basis. This is all I do for a living. I've been doing this for about 4 years now. Yeah, I am a full-time independent weather guy. I own the company. It's Pal Ponder on Weather. Roy Ponder, Pal Ponder on Weather. Yeah, I'm here pretty much all season long. This is storm season. We're about to go into summer. You got hurricane season coming up. That's really going to be amplified. Expecting a very active season. Yeah, the waters are pretty warm. Actually at record levels for this time of year. We're going into La Nina. It has less shear. You got the Bermuda high. More systems are going to be traveling westbound. You're going to see less storms going out to sea. As storms come off the African coast, you're going to see a more of a westward trajectory. We had a lot of storms last year, a lot of named storms, but a lot of them actually turned upward and out to sea out in the middle of nowhere. This year is going to be a little bit different because of the placement of the Bermuda high. They are going to continue westbound. You're going to have a lot less shear, so less of them are going to be sheared apart. So they're going to continue to hold together. Last year, the Caribbean was pretty much inactive. There's going to be a lot more storms in the Caribbean this year, which unfortunately puts the United States more in line for more landfalling tropical systems and hurricanes this year, because the probabilities are much higher for them to continue westbound and to be a little bit more favorable environment. So yeah, everybody's coming out with their projections of storms, and they're well upwards to over 20, which was easily we would get to that number. So it is going to be a very active season. Yeah, 2005, 2020 are pretty active seasons as well. You had 28 storms, 30 storms. You had 10 landfalling storms in 2020. That was 1/3 of the systems. All right, so they went ahead and extended the tornado warning. So this is, for rightfully so. They extended the tornado warning. So we're watching this storm. We've been watching it with a really pronounced hook right now. Nothing confirmed, but this is a storm that continues to show rotation, pretty significant signs of rotation. Enid, Helena, Lahoma, Ringwood. All those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately. In your Clio Springs, Goldtree, Nash. You got all these storm chasers on this storm. All right, so this is the storm we're questioning here. Look at that nasty hook on radar. That is about as classic as you can get. It is looking ominous. All right, right now we're looking at County Road 412. This is all heading eastbound, maybe a slight northeast trajectory, likely east to northeast. So Clio Springs, Ringwood, Helena, Goldtree. Those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately. This could drop a tornado really at any moment. And when it drops, it could be pretty strong. And we're also watching the southern flank one as well. It's actually trying to do the exact same thing. Hey, what was your question, Julie? I'm sorry. Did I miss it? Julie. All right, so we are watching this developing storm. This is kind of a classic hook on the southern flank of this inflow notch. Pretty discrete supercell, very concerning system. This looks to travel right near the Enid region, maybe just north of it. Yeah, so he's talking about the clear slot in between. Notice the clear slot in between. There's not much in between these supercells. That's what gives it plenty of room to work with. This has got a little bit favorable dynamics to produce a long track tornado, folks. You know, I had family members laughing last year in September when I took my niece. You might get a hurricane in the Northeast, and it came close. Yeah, last year Northeast was favored. This year, it's probably going to be, closer into the Gulf Coast, the Gulf of Mexico, Florida, maybe the Carolinas. Northeast is going to be probably less likely this year because you're going to have less waves, turn up. The Bermuda high is going to keep them more westbound. I can't believe this really haven't dropped a tornado yet. Or is it 543? We're at 543. All right, we're going to stay on this storm. These are the only tornado warnings as we speak. Things are starting to blow up. Yes, they are. It definitely feels that way. It is. It's looking ominous. It's not looking good, folks. It's kind of the calm before the storm. All right, so we are watching this developing supercell. This is coming out of western Oklahoma. This is heading towards the Enid region. We are showing significant signs of a possible rotating wall cloud here. We got a pretty classic hook near the Clio Springs region. And we're just watching and waiting to see if it lowers. Hey, bad news. In anticipation of storms, all the Waffle Houses in Kansas are closed. Oh, wow. Yeah, they definitely don't close for much. Yeah, it is one of those days. I mean, it's a high risk day, folks. I mean, high risk or high risk. The school should be letting out early. The good thing is we're past that time frame. It's one of those days that once you get off work, you just head straight home and turn on storm action, listen to the warnings. Because I mean, you really have until the next 6 hours where you got to keep on high alert. I mean, once it's past you, it's done, and you can go to sleep and be fine. But if you're out ahead of this system, you're definitely in the warm sector still. Yeah, that's definitely concerning when all the Waffle House closes. They don't close for much of anything. I've seen them close for hurricanes, but it would have to be like really pretty significant. Yeah, it's just not coming together. It definitely it's not it's a little bit actually a little bit more elongated now. It's not nearly as pronounced as it was earlier. So yes, I'm actually a little bit surprised that we have not seen anything down here in this region yet. We've had three confirmed tornadoes. We've had 2 in South Dakota and 1 in Tennessee. But to my knowledge, we have not had anything in Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma since we started doing coverage closer to 3 o'clock, 3:30 time frame. Will we be working at school as cleaning till just about before midnight? Yeah, just be safe. Usually the gymnasium's pretty safe zone in schools. It's usually got a lot of concrete around them. All right, we'll keep that live feed. Let's see if there's any further north. Let's go further north up into Nebraska. So this is more of a squall line. You see the difference here as most of this activity is coming together. This is congealed together, and you can see the bowing feature of this area. This would likely produce some higher wind gust out of this activity, but the severe threat definitely comes down when you see some more of a linear aspect to these storms. You could always get a QLC tornado on this leading edge, but this is not where you get more of the violent tornadoes, if you will. Yeah, so further north in Nebraska, we are seeing the connection. We're seeing the connection to these supercells They're definitely a lot more discreet as you move further south into Kansas. And they're definitely discreet as they move into Oklahoma. And that's what makes them more intense and severe. But we do have a couple cells near Hutchinson, near McPherson. And you can actually see these have some higher wind gusts associated with them as well. These could be producing some 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. Hey, pal, how do you feel about hobbyists doing weather that are not meteorologists? Just a question. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot more weather enthusiasts, people that are doing it as a hobby. I think you do anything long enough, you get really good at it. Just like with anything in life. I mean, if it's something that you truly love and enjoy doing, and as long as you're putting value out and it's the right information, some weather enthusiasts are really good at what they do. I mean, they put in the work. Yeah, I mean, weather, it's something I've been doing for 30 years, it seems like. I had Hurricane Alicia went over my house back when I was 8 years old. I was pretty fascinated with the weather really ever since. I was pretty obsessed as a kid. Used to watch all 4 news stations as a kid just to learn about the weather, stay up all night long studying weather models and analogs and weather patterns. And when if it's something like you really, really enjoy. But yeah, look at the discrete nature of these supercells, folks. This is what makes them, pretty concerning, that we've got basically four separate supercells that we're really eyeing here. And any one of these could produce some fairly significant tornadoes with them. Hey, Elgin, Oklahoma, what is the YouTube delay from your broadcast to our phones? I mean, it should be fairly instant. I didn't think there was a delay. Is it going to be a Duratio? No, I don't think it's. I mean, I guess you could probably classify it. I mean, yeah, I think they upped it. They upped the mileage on the Duratios. I think it used to be 240. Now it's 400 miles. Just a linear line of straight line winds. Yeah, I think we're going to get some Duratios later in, towards summer, but I don't think tonight's going to be the night. I mean, you're still going to have some straight line winds. You're still going to have some 70, 75 mile per hour winds. There's definitely no question. But we are approaching the 6 o'clock hour, and I'm definitely surprised that we have not seen a confirmed tornado within this region. That's for sure. There's a lot of dynamics in place right now. We've got significant parameters. I sound really tired. No, I'm just watching this activity. I do tend to get up early. I'm an early morning riser. I'm usually up by, I think I got up at 4:30 this morning. Yeah, especially on days like this. They didn't actually upgrade this until in high risk until like 7:30, but yeah, we got the moderate upgrade overnight, and we had the enhanced yesterday. We went to sleep, and we got the moderate update overnight. And then when the morning activity and the 0-0 run came in, they went ahead and upped it to a high risk day. And this is where we're at now. So we're watching the beginning stages of the of the high risk zone. So we're essentially entering it right now. It's just it has not made it to your area, Stephen. I mean, Oklahoma City is definitely in the gun, but under the gun, but it's probably not going to be in Oklahoma City till like 10 or 11 o'clock. Yeah, if you're still off to its, if you're east of this line, you're still in line of favorable activity for severe storms. If you live in the Woodward region, then you're pretty much done. You're already behind it. Yeah, so most data had Oklahoma City in the crosshairs around 10 or 11 o'clock tonight. So you can see it's still a ways away. I do expect this activity down towards Elk City. This is probably going to be back building a little bit. It'll probably fill in towards Lawton, I would imagine. Altus is probably in question. I mean, this is kind of the borderline, I would say, it would back building to. But yes, that would definitely put Oklahoma City in the crosshairs towards 10, 11 o'clock tonight. Yeah, so here's the storm, folks. Yeah, it's not looking as impressive as it was earlier. But I'm going to leave this right here for a second. I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. Hey, the more coverage we see of these weather phenomenon online, the better. People are more aware and we can stay safer. Oh yeah, I mean with a lot of people, with the way weather goes out, I mean, of course the news sources are still there, but nowadays we got social media, we've got YouTube, we've got TikTok, we've got Facebook, we got Instagram, Twitter. Yeah, there's a lot of different sources to get the weather now, and the lead times are getting greater. So obviously that's gonna bring the casualties down. More warning you can have, the better. So even though the storms maybe, if they are getting more intense, the warnings are getting further out, and the lead time is getting further out. And you knew since this morning this was a high risk day. Am I right? You knew since last night this was a pretty significant day in Oklahoma. You had plenty of time. And same way with hurricanes. We track these storms off the African coast, and you got 2 weeks. You track these storms sometimes all the way from Africa, a good 8,000 miles. And so you're literally tracking these systems for a long, long time, giving people plenty of advance warnings. All right, so it looks like we have a brand new tornado warning. This is a brand new tornado warning. This one is actually in Kansas. So this one's a little bit further north. So right now we have a developing radar indicated tornado that was 4 miles northeast of Milton Vale. This is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So locations in the path of this rotating supercell are going to be Clyde, Clifton, Milton Vale, back into Palmer, as well as Vining. So we do have some circulation showing on this particular supercell. This is coming out of Wichita. Wichita. So these movements further north into Kansas are moving northeast. These are moving northeast. The ones in Oklahoma are moving more east northeast, if not almost east. Hey, Steven, you use Omega? Yeah, it's a great one to use. They're constantly upgrading it. They're putting a lot more bells and whistles. And I have radar, radar scope as well. I've got my radar. Of course, I got my app. Weather Underground. I've got Weather Underground on my phone. And then I have my Tempest, my weather station from my backyard. I got my Tempest. So I've got all sources to get the weather. All right, so it looks like this system's trying to come back now. It still has not produced a tornado, but it's definitely showing signs that it's trying to come back, get a little bit better organized. Hey, Bobby, in Springfield tonight? Yeah, so you're likely going to get the squall line in Springfield. It's going to be well after midnight. It's probably going to be closer to 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. But you're likely going to get some damaging winds and some smaller hail within I think the main risk by then is going to be wind. Can't rule out a spin up tornado, but it's going to be transferring into more of a squall line by then into the overnight hours. Hey, appreciate you, Steven, watching daily. Yeah, I always try to get the broader picture. When I do my updates, I usually go out 7 days, try to give you the big picture of what's happening across the U.S. and just how, what's the reason behind it, why a weather event might occur. All right, so he is still on that storm near Enid. I mean, it's been looking like this for like the last 30 minutes. Hey, John. Yeah, good night. Good night, everyone. I have friends in Stevenson County. 4:30 guy. There's much more sleeping you can be doing. Yeah, sometimes I wake up and I kind of have to look at the update, especially on these intense days like this when I know it's probably going to be upgraded. And sometimes after I look at that, it's hard to go back to sleep. But the good thing is, hey, good night, Stormy. Appreciate your help. Thanks for coming online and helping out. That is why you're the best online. 7-10 day outlook is invaluable. Yeah, I mean that way you can definitely plan ahead. Gives you plenty of advance notice. Obviously once you get back behind 4 days, timing and stuff of systems gets a little bit obscure, but you can get the kind of the bigger, broader picture of what's happening. Like right now, we already kind of know there's not much severe weather next week. So we're going to take a respite after a very active 4 days. So we already kind of know that up front. It's going to be a little bit more calmer week, next week for sure. Definitely doesn't mean we're completely done. It just means we're going to have a little bit of a lull, which is going to be much needed because it's been very active. I think at last count, we had over 300 tornadoes for the month of April. And May started off like gangbusters. The last that with that first system came in. So May's already been extremely busy. And then we have all this activity for the next 4 days. Yeah, there for a while we were well below average on the tornado count where we would typically be this time of year, but now we're probably 100 tornadoes, I think, above average where we typically are this time of year. And then, of course, we're going into, deeper into May, which is your most active month. Yeah, last month in the month of April, that 300 was actually the second most on record. It beat out 2019. It wasn't anywhere near the 2011 record of over 700 when it just went bananas in 2011. Hopefully we'll never break that record because that was really bad that month. Yeah, but he is still on this storm. Every time it looks like it's going to get going, it kind of flattens out a little bit. It's almost like tornado season. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, this is basically the heart of it, right? This is peak season. April 15th to May 15th, that's always the most active time. Hey, I know it's early, but what's the next weekend looking like in Wichita? Oh gosh, next weekend. Today's Monday. I mean, yeah, that's a little bit further away right now. I know this morning I was really more concerned about what's going to happen in the next 4 days versus what's going to happen in the next 10 days from now. We do get a little bit of a lull, but I mean, it could get active again by, in 10 days from now. So we are going to be, you know, it's cooler northwest. Cold front comes in, then it's going to be warming up in the northwest. And then so that warm air is probably going to be coming in by maybe next weekend. Yeah, my crystal ball goes out 7 days. Yeah, I mean, once you get past 7 days, it's more of a pattern recognition, basically. You know, just kind of giving a broad brush of things. But you really can't get too detailed. All right, so he is watching this developing supercell. I mean, like again, any moment could drop a tornado out of this area. The same system's been warm for probably 45 minutes. At times, it looked like it was going to go. All right, he is right here. You can see it. Actually, he's in that torrential rain band right now. Yeah, so he is literally on just in the south side of that little circulation there. And he's getting those little bands, higher wind bands coming through. You can see it's pretty rural out there. There's not too many homes out there. It looks like he's on a county road. Looks like he's on county road north 2660. They keep seeding the clouds. Other chases I'm seeing a lowering on that storm approaching. Not looking good. Yeah, we're watching the storm right here. I mean, it's been showing signs of lowering for actually a while now. We're just waiting. I mean, every time it looks like it's going to get going, it kind of collapses a little bit. So it definitely doesn't look nearly as impressive as it was earlier. I mean, it had pretty much a classic hook. I thought for sure we're going to have a tornado with that one. Yeah, this is how I was kind of looking earlier. It was, really starting to try to hook up here. But yeah, it did in fact go. It is going to be lifting north of Enid. So Pond Creek is in target. Hillsdale is in target. Goldtree is the next in line from this rotating supercell. And it looks like the next major city could likely be Ponca City. Oh, we got a confirmed tornado now. All right, we got a confirmed tornado. We finally have a confirmed tornado out of this storm. All right, so this is a confirmed tornado now, 4 miles south of Helena, 4 miles south of Helena, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. So we do, in fact, now have that confirmed tornado. We've been watching this storm for like 45 minutes now. It's now dropped a tornado. Enid and likely is going to be just north of the Enid region. Helena, Goldtree, Nash, Hillsdale, and Carrier. Those areas are susceptible to seeing this possible confirmed tornado now that is on the ground by storm spotters right around 6:10. So a couple of minutes ago, we are getting that confirmed tornado. So next in line are going to be Goldtree. It's going to be Hillsdale. It would likely travel just north of Enid here. Nash would likely be in the crosshairs from this system, and Pond Creek eventually with this confirmed tornado. And I just hope this is not the beginning stages of one of those long track tornadoes, but it's got a lot of makings to be able to do that. But yes, so we are tracking this confirmed tornado that is on the ground now. We've been tracking this since Woodward, Oklahoma. All right, we are losing his signal now. So he's right in the middle of this confirmed tornado now. This is moving northeast around 45 miles an hour, northeast at 45 miles an hour. But yeah, this is a rain wrap tornado, no question. It's going to be moving right over the city of Goldtree. Yeah, there's we'll just go to Vince's live stream here. All right, so we are watching this confirmed tornado that is on the ground, folks. We do have a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. On the right, on the left is your reflectivity. On the right is your velocity scan. And this is 4 miles south of the Helena region. This is moving northeast around 45 miles an hour. So we do have a confirmed tornado coming out of Oklahoma. Here, let's take the watch back off. Sometimes it's... All right, so here we are. This is the storm in question. So we've been tracking this literally since Woodward here. This dropped some golf ball size hail, and this has been continuing east and sometimes northeast. And this is where we have that confirmed tornado now. This is northwest of the Enid region. This looks to path just to its north. So I think Enid is going to be safe from this particular system. And we'll be watching this one on the south side too, because it's showing kind of the same thing as well. Yeah, Pond Creek is definitely next with this supercell. All right, so let's go back. Let's go back to this storm. Yeah, this is definitely rain wrapped. All right, if you're just now tuning in, we are watching live storm coverage coming out of Oklahoma. We do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. We are going into the high risk zone that was put out from the Storm Prediction Center this morning. This is getting into a lot more favorable environment for a lot more, stronger, a little bit stronger tornadoes, if you will. We're watching this first confirmed tornado coming out of Oklahoma. We have not had one in Kansas. We've had several warnings. We did have 2 confirmed tornadoes earlier in South Dakota. We had 1 in Tennessee. So I know we've had 3. This is the 4th one that I can count that we did have confirmation. So this is the fourth tornado of the day. But you can see the activity further north into Kansas. This is definitely a lot more congealed into a squall line. So it's just like here. It's not out of the question that you can produce a tornado along the leading edge of these, but it's less likely it's going to be a significant tornado along these leading edge of these squall lines. But nonetheless, we do have some rotation with this supercell. It's located near the Vining region. This is in Kansas. And this one's moving northeast at 25 miles an hour, moving northeast at 25 miles an hour. So there's Wichita. Here's the city of Wichita. So you got the southern flank of Hutchinson trying to back build. You've got the northern flank moving east northeast. And this is probably going to be filling in shortly towards Wichita over the next hour or two. Oh, look at that. You see the tornado right here. Yeah, we had the tornado in our sights there. We were able to see that tornado on the ground. Yeah, so it's right over the city of Goldtree right now, and this is moving still northeast at 45 miles an hour. We did see the funnel off into its distance, so it had a pretty wide cone up top, and then the lowering with the cone shaped at the bottom. Mm-hmm. All right, so he is driving into the supercell right now as we speak. So here is your confirmed tornado. It's still on the ground for another 7 minutes or so. Yeah, you can see it right here, folks. Yeah, it's right over the city of Goldtree right now. And they just actually extended that tornado warning. All right, so like we got the extension of the tornado warning. So yes, the storm was over the city of Goldtree. This is moving north. This is moving east at 35 miles an hour. So we saw the confirmed circulation still over Goldtree. Yeah, there is your tornado as we speak. County Road 45 crossing over 2730. Hillsdale would be in the path of this storm. And then this between Kremlin and Pond Creek. Kremlin and Pond Creek would likely be in the target. All right, so we're watching this storm heading towards Pond Creek here. We have the developing tornado. It's over Goldtree right now. This is the confirmed tornado. We actually got a visual. We had a visual on it earlier. So he's coming in on the backside of that system. Yeah, so we've been watching this supercell since the Woodward, Oklahoma for about an hour or so. And it finally touched down about 10 minutes ago. And now it looks to continue to be on the ground, maybe just north of the city of Goldtree. I know when they extended the tornado warning, they did not have the observed tornado continuing to push across. So yeah, so when they extended it, so this one, we'll just see if they continue the observed tornado, because it definitely appears this system is still on the ground just north of Goldtree here. Yeah, so yeah, it shows every favorability. These boxes would likely continue to push east. So there is Interstate 35. This is Interstate 35. There is the city of Enid, Stillwater, Oklahoma. There's more. There's Norman, Shawnee. You're still essentially out in the open. You're still a couple hours away from this activity. Hey, Nancy. So you got a question about Kansas? Let me look it up for you. Clearwater, Hibiscus. Just Clearwater. Okay, so you're south of Wichita. All right, so you're south of Wichita. So yeah, so Wichita is so you got basically what's happening here to your north. You got the squall line trying to build further south, and then you have the northern flank of it too. These are lifting east northeast, and you got some activity towards Anthony. So it's trying to fill in, and there's really not much behind this system. You can see pretty clear in Dodge City. It's clear in Woodward, Medicine Lodge into Pratt into Great Bend. We had confirmed circulation over Laird earlier. But right now you're in between. If you're waiting on this activity, if it's going to fill in or not. But yeah, so the stuff to your south is lifting northeast, and the stuff from the north is trying to back build further south. But once this system clears your area into Clearwater, just south of Wichita, you're going to be good. So there's many areas back behind Dodge City and DePratt are in the safe zone already. Oh yeah, we had the confirmation of the one over Gulfstream. We did have confirmation that was on the ground. It's been on the ground. It's just not anymore. It lifted. But we definitely had confirmation between Helena and Goldtree, maybe just north of Goldtree. We had that confirmed tornado. It might have been on the ground for 10, 15 minutes or so, but it was definitely on the ground. But we got a couple tornado warnings right now. We do have 2. There's nothing confirmed. So we did see our 4th one of the day that we know of. There might have been more after they do the surveys and stuff, but right now we've got 4 confirmed tornadoes for the day so far. But thanks for tuning in to live coverage, folks. We're doing broad coverage across Nebraska, Kansas, and Oklahoma tonight. It is around 6:30. This is going to last well into the evening. It becomes an overnight threat heading into central Oklahoma and eastern Oklahoma. It would likely be in the Tulsa region, probably closer to midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning time frame. Fort Smith, Springfield could be closer to 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. St. Louis is likely towards 4 o'clock in the morning, just to kind of give you some times and estimations. Hey, David, you're in Pryor, Oklahoma. Okay, so you're east of Tulsa there. Yeah, David. So I think, but by the time they actually make it to your area, they will definitely be more of a squall line into the overnight. I mean, again, it's going to be probably 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning by the time they get to your area. So I would think by then the intensity is likely going to be coming down by then. Yeah, the favorite time is still between 6 and 11. 6 and 11 that's going to be your favorite time for the most intense activity. And honestly, it hasn't really technically been that bad yet. So this is all a good thing. Hey, apologies if this is a dumb question, but why are the storms developing so far ahead of the cold front? Yeah, well, you're just in the warm. You're in the low level jet. You're in the warm sector. So yeah, the further away they can build from the cold front, the trigger is the low level jet. It's not the cold front. So that's why there's 2 systems. So the cold front is still well northwest. the cold front's going to take its sweet time to come through. It's definitely not a dumb question. So the low level jet provides the lift to break the cap and provides the lift to bring them supercells or potentially tornadoes. But the cold front will be the culprit likely on Wednesday into Thursday, further into the Ohio Valley and further south. But the cold front's really not a factor right now, because it's not really moving very far, you know. Yeah, today's Monday, and you know the cold front's not going to be out across the eastern seaboard until Friday afternoon. That just gives you, you know, where you see the cold front is right now. It's not going to get out to the eastern seaboard until Friday afternoon. It's still 4.5 days from now. You know, 4 days from now. But I appreciate you coming on and give me the question, Justin. Thanks so much for the donation. Yeah, I mean, damaging winds for sure. If you got any like loose objects that you want to secure, you know, umbrellas, flagpoles, trampolines, some solar panels, like you mentioned, anything that you think that might not be withstanding some 70-mile-per-hour winds, I would definitely remove them and secure them. Do whatever you can to before that system comes in the overnight, because that's the last thing you want to do when the system arrives and try to do all that stuff in the wind and the rain. Then it's too late. It's always better to be safe than sorry. You know, if it doesn't happen, that's great. You know, if it does, you are prepared, and you protected your objects as belongings as best as possible. Yeah, so that storm did in fact move north of Enid here. We still have a radar indicated tornado. And let's look at Wichita. You kind of have a dry slot, really. I mean, you see the pretty evident dry slot in the middle here. Yeah, these are one of these longer duration events. We had some stuff earlier in Tennessee. Let's broaden it out. We still have one severe thunderstorm warning out there. It looked a little bit more active earlier on. And this is just sporadic rain showers, you know, near Charleston, Jacksonville, you know, up here towards Virginia Beach, Richmond. You know, definitely not severe, just getting some light to moderate rain. Yeah, with the second system on Thursday, this is likely going to be your severe storm area back into Georgia, the Carolinas, up through Virginia. Might extend even into New Jersey. That won't be until that second system on Thursday. But you can see the storm origination. This all developed right here earlier. We had the 2 confirmed tornadoes. We had some wind reports, and then there's your numerous hail reports along this line. And then we've had a couple tornado warnings, and we just had that confirmed tornado. by Goldtree. There is one on the south side too as well that's also showing signs of rotation near Oakwood, south of Canton. Yeah, so he is on this storm near Oakwood. I had some tennis ball size hail last storm, but it was slushy, didn't hurt anything. Yeah, so sometimes there's been a lot of moisture with these storms. So yeah, like you mentioned, you can have some. You get it's kind of like snow, right? You get wet snow, you get dry snow, and then kind of more of a wet hailstone. Yeah, like you mentioned, it's like kind of more of a slushy than anything else. But sometimes you can get really compact, even nickel size hail or even quarter size hail that can do a lot of damage if you have a lot of it all at once. There was a storm, I think it was Millersview, Texas, a couple days ago, produced some tennis ball size hail. And then, of course, when a lot of times it starts hailing, you just get the hail first. It's just all hail, there's not rain. So then on the backside, you get all the heavy rain. So, and then all that tennis ball size hail on the ground, it kind of all pooled once the heavier rain started forming, and then it started lifting up those hailstones and then traversing them down the street, and then they all pooled in these piles, and some piles were up to like 3 feet of ice chunks on the side of the road and stuff. So yeah, I mean, it was pretty eerie to see pictures like that. But that was a storm a couple days ago in Millersview, Texas.
All right, guys, the plan is to take this road and shoot off to the east. We can always drop back southwest if we want to.
All right, looks like we have another tornado warning that just got issued. This is a brand new tornado warning. This also has more significant hail with it as well. It's got a little larger hail core. All right, so this is another developing tornado potentially. This is a radar indicated tornado, has some tennis ball size hail with it. This is another storm capable of producing a tornado near the city of Okeen. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So we are talking about, Enid is going to be in the outskirts of this system again. Hennessy, Okeen, Bison, as well as Lacey. All those areas need to be in your safe zone, as the developing supercell is showing signs of rotation on radar. So the tornado warning is warranted. Yeah, there is your circulation right here. You can actually see it. And this is moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. Yeah, so that hail core producing some tennis ball size hail is right over the city of Okeen now. Hey, this storm hits me tomorrow, so it better still have some oomph to it. But it is going to be one of those systems that could last well into the evening. Let's take a look at the convection models here. All right, let's take a peek at this. We haven't looked at this in about an hour or so. All right, so here we are. Now we're looking at some of the high resolution guidance. So this is kind of future radar we're looking at. This is future radar. So yes, we have that squall line connecting between Sioux Falls, Sioux City, back into Omaha, through Manhattan. You can see that still the more of a discreteness. It does actually have something forming over Wichita. There's nothing yet, but it has. This is a model again. This is a model. Having it fill in, and this is likely going to be approaching the Ponca City region, the Enid region, and heading towards Oklahoma City and Edmond. Maybe some cells trying to break the cap further south into Lawton. This is just the newest resolution models. And yeah, ironically, with actually this run that we're kind of looking at, I mean, don't take this verbatim, but it actually doesn't have anything in Oklahoma City. And has the squall line pushing through Tulsa into Bartersville, into Topeka, through Omaha, back into Sioux City. There's midnight. Here's potentially midnight coming out of Tulsa, coming through a Joplin and heading towards the Kansas City region, coming out of Topeka, heading towards Springfield. And then there's 3 o'clock in the morning with that squall line. So we can just run this here. So this is the newest high resolution guidance. So we try to see this the cap breaking further south towards the Red River. There's 11 o'clock. Let me see the previous run. Let me see some differences here. Yeah, hour by hour. This is 8 o'clock. See, this particular run actually had it going through Oklahoma. But really not much, right? It actually skips it too. It doesn't form until back behind it. I don't know. I'm actually seeing some good signs, folks. I'm not seeing the intensity as these storms had warranted earlier in the day. We're definitely going to get the squall line overnight, but it definitely appears it's going to be transitioning into more of a linear damaging wind threat. So we're just watching the latest run of the HRRR guidance. Yeah, the last 2 runs has this squall line trying to fill in. Yeah, it's almost 7 o'clock. It's almost 7 o'clock. I would really have thought by now we would have a lot of activity, which is always good. It's always good when it doesn't pan out to be as significant. I mean, this was a very intense. So that is the latest. That's the latest high resolution guidance. Let's turn back into real time activity. Yeah, so the model actually had this together, and in reality, it's just not. It's not there. There's a pretty significant gap between the northern branch back into Kansas, Nebraska, and then a lull, if you will, through Wichita, and then the northern branch that's mainly basically lifting east northeast. It's not actually moving northeast, so it might not even fill in. But yes, we have another confirmed tornado. This is just south, so this is a brand new tornado versus what we saw earlier. This is the one over Keene. So it's a brand new tornado that is on the ground. This is confirmed 5 miles east southeast of the city of Keene. So there is Keene, and it's just right there to the east southeast of there. Locations in its path are going to be Enid, Hensley, O'Keene, Bison, as well as Lacey. This is the one that has some tennis ball size hail with it. So there is your confirmed tornado right here. Yeah, right here. This is your tornado. So yeah, Parvin, Keene, Caddo. You're in the mix of this supercell that is producing a tornado right now. All right, so we got about 5 tornado warnings now. So it looks like it is getting a little bit more active. We do have 5 tornado warnings. We got one further north near Abilene. This is heading towards Kansas. This does actually have some 70-mile-per-hour winds with it. And then we have the activity further south towards Enid. And then there's our confirmed tornado coming out of southeast of Keene. This is going to be traversing right across County Road 51 into the Lacey region. You're going to donate all your severe weather to Joplin, Missouri. I believe Oklahoma will be saved. Feeling safe in Shawnee, Oklahoma. So thanks everyone for tuning into live coverage. Appreciate all your support. Make sure you do hit the like button. Make sure you subscribe to my channel. We have 4 days of activity. We have a couple tornado warnings right now. We have that one confirmed tornado over the Kingfisher area. Kingfisher, Blair, Garland, or Garfield. That was the storm system that was coming out of Keene. You can actually see it right here, crossing over County Road 51. You can almost see the little bit of a hook there trying to form. Trying to be a little bit more significant tornado here. We see any debris ball. Maybe a little bit of debris here. But there is your tornado, folks. This could be like your largest tornado of the day. That is 4 miles east, southeast of Keene. 4 miles east southeast of Keene right now. Yeah, his feed is down. I can't get into it now. Just getting a bad connection. He's so close to the center. He is so close to that circulation. I'll take some, just no tornadoes. Yeah, it's been a while, Susan. I can't recall the last time the Dakotas had a tornado. South Dakota. Well, they had some earlier in March. That was on the southeastern side of South Dakota. All right, Snowies, go walk the dog. Yeah, this tornado coming out of Joaquin is definitely looking more ominous, folks. This continues to be a confirmed damaging tornado that's on the ground. This is moving due east. This is moving due east. All right, so let's give you some times and guesstimations and where it could possibly be. Looks like Lacey around 5 minutes, Caddo in 8 minutes, Hennessy and 19 minutes, Bison in 19 minutes, Roxana 36 minutes, Marshall in 30 minutes, and 38 minutes, Lavelle, 38 minutes, and Hayward around 48 minutes. So all those cities are going to be in the path of this tornado that looks to grow in intensity. This actually could be our largest tornado of the day, folks. And it's likely going to be south of Enid. This is likely going to be traveling south of Enid. Yeah, so here is the tornado, folks. I mean, this is definitely growing in intensity. This could almost turn into more of a violent tornado now. This is definitely a oh wow, this is definitely getting really its act together. We are looking at a potentially dangerous tornado now on the ground, folks. This is coming out of the city of Joaquin, just north of Hennessy. And this is a very dangerous, could be large tornado that is coming to fruition on the ground. And this is continuing to move eastbound around 35 miles an hour. So this is northwest of Oklahoma City, south of Enid, and just to the west of Stillwater. So this is likely a damaging tornado that continues to show signs of potentially strengthening. And this is all moving eastbound at 38 miles an hour. So your confirmed tornado, 30 miles an hour. So it's actually slowed a little bit. But there is your tornado right now in question. Yeah, this is by far the strongest tornado of the night, folks. I think this is number 5. What? This is number 5, right? All right, so we got this damaging tornado that is on the ground. This is all moving eastbound at 30 miles an hour. This is right just north of County Road 51, coming out of Okeen, and this will eventually cross over County 81 here, just north of Hennessy. All right, so right now we're looking at Brandon's live feed. He is in Enid, and he's looking off to his southwest there. He doesn't have a visual on it, but he's definitely in a good position because he knows he's moving directly due east. But yes, this could very well be our first long tracker of the day. And there's actually another system coming back behind that one that could also produce a tornado as well. Hitchcock is in line with that system. And you can see the training aspect of these supercells. Another one coming out of Putnam. Not as pronounced in the circulation, but definitely these discrete supercells like this. This is where you get these training storms. All right, so we are watching this confirmed tornado. This is likely our largest of the day. This is likely our largest tornado of the day right here. It's moving over the city of Lacey into Caddo, likely north of Hennessy. And it will be near the city of Bison as well. All those areas need to be in your safe zone immediately. It does definitely appear still to be on the ground as we speak. Yeah, it looks like it's right over Caddo now. But it definitely has that look. It definitely appears the kind of the best look of the day here. We haven't got the confirmation yet that it has been a large tornado, but it definitely appears to be on radar that it is. Oh, Watauga. Yeah, where the F5 was in the movie Twister. Yes, that's true. And then we got part 2 coming. Yeah, they're confirming that tornado with baseball size hail. You can see the nasty hail core with this one. So the tornado is out ahead of it and the hail core is back behind it. Yeah, look at that storm, folks. Yeah, there is your tornado right there. Hey, I think it's just going to be a little too far north to see it. Yeah, unless he's traveling south on 81 here. Yeah, he's on Highway 81. So you can see there's like 3 or 4 storm chasers here. He's on this particular supercell. You see it's pouring. You're right, Susan. Wakita. Yes, Wakita. Where they see Dorothy flies. Aunt Meg's cows. Yeah, part 2 is coming up, right? Is it July 19th? I think it is. Twisters, they call it. Twister. Instead of Twister, it's Twisters. A flying cow is definitely confirmation. That is true. We're still getting that confirmed tornado on the ground. Let's tap in further south. Let's look at the Lawton radar. I was looking at the Lawton radar. If there's anything further south, which there's not, not much going on further south. Really very little activity further south into Elk City. Let's go back to the Oklahoma City radar. Yeah, so there's 2 areas of circulation. There's definitely one coming out of Okeen. There's another one towards Hitchcock. And these are all moving eastbound. You can see that pronounced hook on radar. That's definitely always an ominous sign. Seeing something like that. Yeah, plenty of moisture feeding them to Stillwater and to Pawnee. You can see the activity. You can definitely see the appearance of the low-level jet. The south to north orientation that's pulling in all the Gulf moisture. So it's got plenty of upward rising motion air out ahead of it. And these are moving due east. So it's due east, folks, 35 miles an hour, due east. Hey, Winter Storm Dorothy 2019 brought 80-mile-per-hour winds to Oklahoma and busted trees off. I'll never forget it. Yeah, that's pretty. Winter Storm Dorothy. Yeah, November 26th, huh? That's pretty significant. I'm okay with just a thirsty supercell. I'm hoping we don't see any tornadoes in western Oklahoma City or west and Yukon, Oklahoma. Yeah, so far it's pretty clear in Oklahoma City. I just think it hasn't gotten to your area yet. All right, let's look at Yukon for you. Oh yeah. So you're just next to El Reno here. Yeah, you're still probably a good 3 hours away before you 2 to 3 hours away before you might see anything. Yes, you do have a slight risk for storms on Thursday, so we'll just have to see how it all comes together, if it's going to be enhanced or not. But yeah, definitely, you definitely have severe weather. There's no question about it on Thursday for sure. Sometimes with these systems, like the first one could influence the second storm. So I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, because there are two storms. You have the first one today, which is the leftover of tomorrow across the Ohio Valley, and then it regenerates again, and then that storm will move off into the Carolinas. So, what happens with the first storm could definitely influence how the second one kind of evolves, if you will. But you are going to have that trigger of the cold front, remember? So you are going to have that trigger of the cold front. So it's probably less likely that you would have a capping inversion with the cool front. But yeah, that hook is like really looking pretty significant, folks. All right, so we still got the continuation of that tornado on the ground. It was 7 miles west of the Hennessy region, moving northeast now at 30 miles an hour. So it appears to be on the ground for a good 15 minutes or so now. And it looks like Brandon's actually going to run right into the circulation. I mean, if he stays put, that's going to go right over him. CSU forecast calling for enhanced in my area in the Savannah Valley region for Thursday. Oh, was that the update on the CSU? It's actually pretty good. I mean, it's actually pretty good. That's the learning model. Yeah, I'm trying to get a visual myself. Oh, it's in between. It's not there now. It's in between model runs. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so look at that, folks. He's on that storm right here. Yeah, so he's literally driving right into this supercell that it's got the confirmed tornado. This is heading towards, Bison. Bison's in the crosshairs, which is right here. He's literally right on his doorstep. Yeah, he's got a really good look at it. Yeah, look at Enid, folks. It kind of dodged a bullet tonight. They were just kind of missed it to the north and missed it to the south. It looks like these storms are going to miss Enid here. Yeah, because these storms right now south of Enid and south of Fairview are likely going to be continuing to push more east than northeast. Hey, Stillwater is still in the high risk, so I won't be looking good for long. Yeah, you're still in the you're still definitely in the high risk in Stillwater. But it doesn't mean you're going to get everything. I mean, you could luck out and be in between systems like we're seeing in Wichita. That there's definitely a noticeable dry slot here in the Wichita region. And they were right on the outskirts of the high risk. They were in the moderate risk, and they've seen hardly much of anything. It's just not, there's been a dry slot in between. So just because you are under a tornado watch and are under a higher risk doesn't imply you're guaranteed to get something. It's definitely more widespread, and there's a 45% probability it's something that could be within 25-mile radius of your home, but that means 55% of you won't see hardly anything at all. So oh, the SIPs. Oh, you're talking about, oh, that's like the analog model. Yeah, I like that comparison too. I'm going to see if I can actually see that.
Yeah, if you can get up here, dude, get up here. This thing is, oh my goodness, beautiful. Yeah, I mean, yeah, all the color in this is awesome. The inflow coming into this thing is hard.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, the learning model does, yeah, actually put you under an enhanced risk. Oh, there's even a day 5 now towards Florida. All right, so he is actually on this storm. Yeah, we're on this one right here. That we've had that confirmed tornado on the ground for a while now, likely 20 minutes. Yeah, very ominous look here on this particular supercell that has a damaging tornado with it. It's going to try to reconnect here. It's right over central Georgia and South Carolina. It's pretty insane. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, we'll just have to see how all that comes together. I mean, yeah, that's the analog guidance what you're looking at. Based on previous years, based on you know, if you tap into the El Nino going into Enzo neutral, they put a couple of years of analogs and how that particular storm played out with those similar dynamics. So we still have that confirmed tornado on the ground. Looks like it's just off to his west here. Yeah, we could actually see the tornado drop right in front of us. Hey, I can't wait to see what happens in Indiana on Thursday. Central and Southern Indiana is an enhanced risk for day 3. I wonder if both will be upgraded. Yes, I do feel that's definitely going to be a more significant day. Well, you probably meant Wednesday. It's going to be Wednesday. Yes, I do feel that's going to be a moderate risk day. Probably favorite areas: Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, at least the southern part of it, Western Kentucky, Western Tennessee. I think that's kind of the favorite area. If they're going to go in moderate, that would be a likelihood. And so it definitely appears the tornado is still on the ground, folks, likely for the last 25 minutes or so. Hey, Alaska in my town had 3 inches of snow earlier this morning, melting now. Yeah, you still getting some snow in Alaska. It started off like gangbusters there in Fairbanks. I think at one point they were like all time snowiest start to winter on record that I recall. I'm not really sure where they stand now, but of course that was a long time ago. And if it's still snowing and it's May, you've definitely added a lot of inches to that total. Of course, there it can snow 8-10 months out of the year. Yeah, the last outbreak we had well over 100 tornadoes in the last 4-day event. Hopefully this one doesn't get that bad, but it definitely has a lot of the makings to produce 100 or so tornadoes over the next 4 days. Yeah, I know you meant Wednesday. Yeah, it's getting dark. They're gonna lose. They're gonna lose the benefit of the daylight here shortly. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, it's getting real dark on them now. They're pretty much in the thick of it. I mean, he's right on top of that super. Yeah, look at he's right on top in the purple here. He's in the city of Bison. I mean, it still appears to be on the ground just outside of Bison. Hey, Pam, West Central Minnesota get hit. I mean, you're going to hit with some probably rain, but not anything severe. Hmm. Yeah, you can definitely see this further south. I mean, it really tried to build into Elk City and tries to push further south, but again, it's hitting that capit inversion. It's stopping it every way. Yeah, there is just absolutely nothing happening. Cap is holding. There's really not much happening further south into southern Oklahoma as well. Nothing really trying to back build here. I mean, these areas are this area is still under that tornado watch from Vernon into Wichita Falls, but there's not much of anything. Every time it tries to build further south, it just gets squashed. Hey, Steven, you had some snow in Reno yesterday? Yeah, that is a pretty significant May cold front for sure. That is coming in. I would say it's stronger for May standards, at least. Yeah, he's getting a lot of. Let's go back up to Wichita, and we'll come back to his live feed. It still appears to be a fairly dry slot in between. Go further north into Omaha. And these are more or less borderline severe storms. It does have some higher wind gusts, not really a hail threat, more of a damaging wind threat, which I likely it's going to be, coming to in overnight hours. But we still got four tornado warnings with that confirmation of that same tornado still potentially on the ground. Looks like it traveled just north of Hennessy, came through Bison. It looks like Brandon's right on top of the circulation right now. Yeah, his feed is gone. I mean, he's literally right in the middle of it right now. Yeah, still appears to be a damaging tornado on the ground. This is going to be crossing over Interstate Highway 81 here. It's heading east, 30 miles an hour towards Douglas. East towards Douglas and eventually Covington. So here is the warned storm that was located near Bison. They're not getting a visual at the moment, but it was on the ground with that same circulation for a good 20, 25 minutes. So this one still, yes, this one appears to be south of Enid. So Enid misses, does not get impacted from this storm as well. It looks like most of the activity further south as well continues to move further east. So Enid is going to be one of those cities that looks to be in the safer zone. And to me, we're trying to get this connected. If these storms can connect, it's not going to be as severe as what was earlier thought. I mean, you can actually see it trying to connect here. Yeah, the faster we can get this to connect and get more of a squall line forming, a more of a linear squall line, if you will, then the severe, at least the tornado threat, goes down substantially. You can still get spin ups along the leading edge, but at least the violent long track type stuff would go down substantially. Yeah, that cap is showing who's boss here. It is it's squashing everything in its path. Yeah, the storms are still off to your west in Oklahoma City. But it's really having a hard time building further south. It's having a real hard time. But plenty of moisture out ahead of it. No question about that. Let me switch models here. Yeah, you can see the northern branch, it's already connected. So notice how this thread has gone down from what we were seeing earlier. We had more numerous severe thunderstorm warnings. We had some tornado warnings along this line, but now that it's connected, we're definitely seeing a lot less warnings. There's no tornado warnings within that zone. And then we actually have a little break in the action here towards Wichita. And even the southern flank now is trying to connect. In fact, you already can actually see it connecting here. Near Hunter, northeast of Enid. Yeah, I think we're definitely seeing more and more signs that this is not going to be the evening like we originally thought. This is a lot lesser evening than what it could have been for sure. At least that's what I'm seeing. We got the low pressure. Kind of expanding outwards, and then you have the southern storms. This little squall line is going to move through Minneapolis, but again, this is not going to be severe. Some of these could be some borderline storms as it moves through Iowa, but more of a squall line damaging wind threat in the overnight hours for sure. Looks to be connecting, coming closer to my area. Yeah, if it connects, Regina, then that's actually a good sign. You technically want it to connect. I mean, you'll take the damage, you'll take the straight line winds and the smaller hail and less tornado threat any day. And you'll get some bowing features at times. You can actually see this has some 70-mile-per-hour winds potentially with it. So within that squall line in the overnight hours, yeah, I mean, you're probably going to get some higher wind gusts with this activity. Hey, let's go back and look at the newest run, 23Z. Let's look at this. All right, so here is the new high resolution run. So again, the model continues to show it connecting, but the reality is not. I mean, it puts a swath through Emporia and through Wichita, but in reality, there's nothing there. Again, this is just a model run, so I'm just trying to get guidance of what maybe to come. But it definitely shows the connection into South Dakota, into Sioux City, into Omaha here. There is 10 o'clock. There's 10 o'clock having the storms through Edmond, through Oklahoma City, through Stillwater. I mean, further south, I very doubt this actually is real or not, because the cap is likely going to hold. But it has still some discrete supercells within this line. And those definitely could be tornadic as those move through Oklahoma City into Stillwater, Bartlesville, through Topeka. Then we have a secondary line building back behind that one. And then the squall line forms in the overnight hours. Notice not much southern movement. It's all central and north. That's midnight potentially through Tulsa. That's midnight through Tulsa, Joplin, heading towards Springfield, towards maybe the 1 o'clock time frame. Yeah, even this model tries to build it further south towards 1 o'clock in the morning. There's McAllister, Fort Smith, through Springfield, heading over to Jefferson City, through Quincy, back in Des Moines. But you can see the squall line if I zoom out here. We'll just let that play out there. Yeah, so it looks like it's going to be in the Oklahoma City region around 10 o'clock, maybe be past in about an hour and a half after that. Once you get to about 11:30, I think you're probably done in Oklahoma City. It tries to make it to Lawton, but it probably won't get there, maybe just to your north. Looks like around Tulsa towards the midnight time frame. But that kind of gives you some guidance of what maybe the rest of the evening, how it might unfold. So the model had all this connected by 8 o'clock, and there's an evident dry slot on the actual radar. So there's no way this is going to fill in 20 minutes. Hey, can the southern tip stop the cap in North Texas? No, I mean it's not even going to rain, and it might make it as far south as Lawton. Yeah, dry line retreats out west. Yeah, just set and repeat. Reload for tomorrow. Yeah, it looks like the confirmed tornadoes have lifted. So right now we just have a couple radar indicated tornadoes. But I appreciate you watching live storm coverage this evening. I'm hopefully this doesn't turn as bad as we thought originally, but it looks like on the surface that things aren't as active as it appeared to be earlier this morning, as things have evolved, and it's not looking as significant of what it could have been unfolding tonight. So that is always a good thing. So hopefully it kind of stays that way. And the sooner we can get this into a squall line, the better. The severe threat's going to come way down. So, and we're already starting to see that in some areas, especially to the north and to the south there. And you have the dry slot in the middle of Wichita. So hopefully that trend kind of continues to congeal together and forms that squall line, because yes, we will have some stronger wind gusts with that, but at least the tornado threat would come down fairly substantial. You can always get a QLCS tornado along the leading edge, but those typically are like quick spin ups and they're not significant, definitely not long track tornadoes in that aspect. And the hail core would actually come down as well, and you have a smaller hail versus, but the damaging wind threat increases in the overnight hours. So, hey, thanks for everybody's support tonight. Appreciate all the new subscribers out there. Appreciate all the likes. Thanks for all the donations and the new members to the channel. I'll be back in the morning with an update. It's uncertain if I'm actually going to go live tomorrow, but I'll definitely be live on Wednesday for sure. We'll just have to see it comes together, but I'll be back with another update in the morning. So y'all be safe this evening. Just stay home if you can, if you are in the zone until this clears your area for the next couple of hours. So definitely be safe and catch me next update. So I appreciate you guys watching. Y'all have a good evening.